Chapter 585, Speak Softly. Chapter 585, Speak Softly. What are you doing? Just then, a few people came over. Marin, what happened? That fucker hit me. He hit me, the tall and skinny guy named Marin cried out, pointing at Chen Zhao. His nose was still spewing blood. Chen Zhao glanced at the men. They were wearing regular clothes. They probably weren't doctors or workers here. The leader was in his early 30s and had his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was dressed nicely and had a light smile on his face. Some of the men behind him were burly while the others looked scholarly. Chen Zhao couldn't figure out their backgrounds. However, he didn't back down either. As long as they didn't have guns, he wasn't afraid of going up against them. He deserved a beating, Chen Zhao said indifferently. The leader laughed out loud. Yes, that asshole deserves a beating. I guess he caused trouble for you, sorry. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. This guy was easier to talk to than expected. Hi, I'm the CEO of Sven Arts Company, Quincy Slanch. Hi. Chen Zhao shook hands with Quincy. You can call me Chin. His hands were strong but a bit rough. Could someone with those hands be the boss of an arts company? Quincy walked over to Marin and kicked him. Get up. Stop embarrassing me, you asshole. I didn't tell you to come so you could cause trouble. I still have other things, so I'll take my leave, Chen Zhao said. Goodbye. Quincy was still polite as he watched Chen Zhao's back. Boss, why didn't you let me teach that guy a lesson? Marin asked unhappily. Crack. Quincy turned with a backhanded slap. Marin was sent flying. Quincy smoothed his clothes. When can you act properly? We have to keep a low profile instead of causing trouble wherever we go. Marin was hit and didn't dare to make another sound. He followed obediently behind Quincy. You're so slow with whatever you do, Laurent complained. Parking a car takes as long as a surgery. If you keep talking, I'll send you to the surgery room. 4. Look at this bastard. Do you think Feilai would be bullied by him? Laurent instantly went to 4 to complain. 4 already knew that Chen Zhao and Laurent didn't have a smooth relationship. She didn't feel like talking to them and rolled her eyes at Laurent. It's none of your business. Can you stop Feilai if she wants to be with Chin? Stop causing trouble. You're all bullying me. Laurent's face was filled with anger. Okay, which room is your friend in? 4 was getting impatient. Zone B, room 450. 4th floor, take a left after the elevator, 5th room, 4 said. I still have other work. Go over by yourself. With that, 4 left with her hands in her pockets. Your own fault, Chen Zhao said gleefully. Laurent looked at 4's back with an unhappy expression. They found room 450 in Zone B. Laurent pushed the door open and went in. This was a shared room with 6 patients. Ha! A sand! Laurent was super loud and just started calling out to his friend. Chen Zhao saw a bald guy in one of the beds. He looked a bit familiar for some reason. Where did Chen Zhao see him before? The bald guy looked at Laurent and also started yelling, Speak softly. This is a hospital room. Chen Zhao was speechless. People really did turn into their friends. Where's your big beard? Ha! Laurent went to the bed and started laughing at the bald guy's clean face. He even annoyingly went to touch Hassan's chin. Hassan lost his temper and tried to hit Laurent, but he couldn't get up. He glanced at the people behind Laurent. Finally, his eyes landed on Chen Zhao. Ah! It's you. You know me. Chen Zhao thought they indeed had met before. It's you. It's because of you that I got run over. If not for you, I wouldn't be laying here. I don't remember running someone over. He would believe it if the guy said he was sent to the hospital by getting beat up. But it was bullshit to say that Chen Zhao had run him over. Chen Zhao drove slowly and followed all the rules. Did you forget? It was outside Beverly Hills. I was riding a motorbike and you drove an SUV. I kicked your door. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. This was like suicide. With Chen Zhao's temper, running the guy over was normal. Oh, I remember. You're the rider. It finally made sense to Chen Zhao. That's not my fault. Plus, I'm the one who called the ambulance for you. But Isand had a big beard before. Now that he'd shaved his beard, he was just a fat old man. That was why Chen Zhao couldn't recognize him. It's your fault, but I don't blame you. I don't need your forgiveness. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. This had nothing to do with him. That asshole had gotten hit after running a red light. And the person responsible had run away. Isand, he's a doctor. He's here to help you. Kid, you can help me stand up again. I've been laying in bed for almost 2 months. I think I'm rotting away. Wait. Chen Zhao picked up the records hanging on the side of the bed. He'd cracked his pelvis and had many serious injuries all over. The cracked pelvis was the main thing. Usually, this kind of injury could heal with enough time. But Isand wasn't young anymore, so he healed very slowly. A young person would be able to move normally in around a month. But Isand had been laying there for 2 months and he didn't have any obvious signs of recovery. Of course, this was also due to the severity of his injuries. With this rate of recovery, he'd probably have to lay around for half a year. For someone of his age, he would waste away in half a year. Without enough exercise, his body could weaken and his muscles could go through dystrophy. Laurent, are you paying for his clinic fee? Fuck, you want to take my money. You want me to tell Fei Lai? It doesn't matter if you tell her, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't take your money if you fall from the 2nd floor and disable your lower body. Laurent, who is he to you? My daughter's boyfriend. Oh, I remember. Chen Zhao suddenly said. He flirted with Fei Lai 4 months ago. Fuck, Isand. You're bullying my daughter. You fucker, when did I flirt with Laurent's daughter? Remember that night we had a fight and went to the police station? One of the girls was Laurent's daughter, my girlfriend. I never flirted. You beat up my men. Chapter 586, Private Property is Inviolable. Chapter 586, Private Property is Inviolable. Chen Zhao vaguely remembered a biker gang harassing Fei Lai and then they started fighting. But fighting in a bar was pretty normal. Instead, Chen Zhao remembered that he'd gotten beat up badly. Of course, they all got taken to the police station in the end. Chen Zhao didn't really care about it. Drinking some horse piss, losing your mind, and going to a pretty girl to ask for her number or treat her to a drink was an everyday thing at a bar. Who would get into a blood rivalry over something like this? Laurent tugged relentlessly on Isand's patient uniform, insisting on him apologizing. Chen Zhao just stood to the side and watched the show. Karim, Kane, and Howard were speechless. Chen Zhao was obviously just causing trouble. And Laurent was always soft for his daughter. When he heard this, his brain stopped working. You guys shut up. A nurse came over and stood in the doorway. Someone reported you guys for being too loud and disturbing the other patients. Those who reported them must be the patients in the same room. Laurent finally let go of Isand. After the nurse left, another group soon came from outside. It was that Quincy and his underlings. When Asan saw them, he instantly started yelling, "Get the fuck out! Stop bothering me!" But Quincy brought his men to the bed. "Mr. Asan, we come with sincerity. If you're willing to compromise, we can pay you $100,000. Fuck off. You assholes made me lay here for 2 months. I'll have him rot in jail for 2 years. Reckless driving, a hit and run, and personal injury added together meant at least 2 years. The perpetrator also broke traffic rules, so he would take most of the responsibility." "Old thing, don't go looking for trouble," Marin yelled, pointing at Asan. "You're lucky to get $100,000. Laurent frowned. "Get the fuck out. You're disturbing my friend. You old." Just as Marin started talking, he was lifted from the ground. Chen Zhao grabbed him with both hands, lifting him high in the air. Quincy finally realized that Chen Zhao was here too. "Sir, we meet again." "Yeah." Chen Zhao smiled at him. As expected, they weren't good guys. "Is Asan your friend?" "It doesn't matter. I don't want him to be disturbed. If you know Mr. Asan, why don't you help me persuade him?" Quincy maintained a gentle smile, but Chen Zhao felt like he was a toxic snake. His smile didn't make Chen Zhao feel any warmth. Instead, Chen Zhao was subconsciously guarded against him. "What he decides is his right," Chen Zhao said. "I don't think any outsider has the right to force him to do anything." "All right, Asan. I still hope you can think about it. $100,000 isn't a small sum, after all." "Fuck off, assholes." Asan's reply was as straightforward as always. He also had rich body language, like his middle finger. Quincy left with his men, shooting a glance at Chen Zhao before leaving. "Who are they?" Laurent asked. "I don't know," Asan said. "But they're on the same side as the guy who ran into me. They came 4 or 5 times and keep hoping that I'll drop the lawsuit." "They don't look like a gang," Laurent said. "They're not good people," Asan said. "Whatever, let's stop caring about them. Chen, give Asan a checkup. We decided that you'll pay for the clinic, right?" Okay. "I don't know what Feilai sees in you," Laurent complained. "Asan's condition is actually stabilized and doesn't need any special treatment. He only needs to lay in bed for around 2 months and he can walk again." "No!" Asan cried out. "I don't want to lay around for 2 more months. I don't even want to stay for 2 more days. Chen, can you make him walk faster?" "Yes. It depends on how much you're willing to pay." "What if it's $100? Laurent asked shamelessly. "I can make him stay bedridden for life." Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Fine, what about $1,000? He paid the hospital more than $1,000, right? I don't know how much I paid because I have insurance. Anyway, I already got $300,000 from this accident." No wonder Quincy offered $100,000 in compensation. "Then $10,000, Laurent said. "That's all I have. I can have him walk again within 2 weeks. Can it be faster?" Asan asked. "Then, add more money." "No," Asan refused immediately. Chen Zhao thought that he didn't care about money, but he was a stingy guy too. Just then, Kane suddenly patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. "What?" "Chen, is that your car?" Kane pointed outside the window. They could see the parking lot from here. Chen Zhao saw that Quincy's men were destroying his car at the moment. Furious, Chen Zhao jumped out of the window. "Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Zhao jumped straight out. Everyone in the room was floored. This was the 4th level. He'd probably disable himself by jumping down. Kane rushed to the window and saw that Chen Zhao had landed safely. Chen Zhao was completely furious. He charged at the parking lot like a wild bull. "Those guys are dead," Laurent said. Kane, Karim, and Howard had the same expression. Those guys were practically committing suicide. They didn't know that they'd angered a lion. Right now, Quincy stood to the side, still with his gentle smile. He watched his men smash Chen Zhao's car. Marin was working the hardest. But then, Quincy felt a gust of wind and then a figure rushed into the group of people. Thud! Marin's frail body shot into the air and flew meters away. He smashed into the windshield of a car in the back, embedding into it entirely. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. There was a murderous look in his eyes. "Quincy, you better give me an explanation. Mr. Chen, do you know how long you'll be sentenced for intentional harm?" Quincy still had that gentle smile. "Then, do you know that there's a law in America that states that private property is inviolable and killing is allowed?" A murderous intent flashed in Chen Zhao's eyes. A gun was pointed at the back of his head. Quincy's expression still didn't change. He smiled at Chen Zhao. "If you die, then we'll be able to tell the judge that it was self-defense." Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Bang! Chen Zhao moved his head instantly. Even with his back to the shooter, he could still accurately determine the instant the trigger was pulled. He also swept backward, kicking the shooter's neck. The man fell to the ground with a twisted neck, dead. Chen Zhao never even looked back at him. However, these people's violence was quite unexpected. They actually dared to take out their guns in broad daylight and even fire. Chen Zhao had thought that they would only threaten him. He'd never thought about actually killing someone. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. But now, he was completely furious. Chen Zhao stared coldly at Quincy. "You know what happens to people who point a gun at my head?" Quincy's pupils constricted. This Asian was dangerous. "Mr. Chen, how about you just let this go now? You killed one of my men." "No." Chen Zhao saw another guy stab at him with a dagger. He turned, pulled, and grabbed. The man's neck was in Chen Zhao's hands. Quincy's expression changed. "Don't." Crack. Quincy looked at the body on the ground. His expression was furious. Chen Zhao realized that Quincy had a different attitude toward his subordinates. His reaction had been normal when Chen Zhao had killed the shooter. But after the second died, he became furious. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you." Quincy finally lost his earlier composure. Chen Zhao had already charged at Quincy. The man raised his arm to stop Chen Zhao's attack. But the next moment, Chen Zhao's fist had snapped both of Quincy's arms. He yelled out in pain. He didn't think Chen Zhao would be so strong. Chen Zhao kicked again and Quincy slammed into the car behind him. The car door was entirely distorted. By now, the remaining four turned to run. They weren't good at fighting, but they were quite skilled at running. As if they'd discussed this earlier, they instantly split into different directions. They took twists and turns in the parking lot, disappearing in seconds. Chen Zhao looked at Quincy. He wasn't dead yet, but he was very badly hurt. Blood foamed at his mouth and his arms hung limply before him. "Do you still think you can kill me?" But then Quincy smiled gently. He looked at Chen Zhao without talking. Of course, he couldn't talk at all now. The police came, as well as the doctors. There were 2 dead and 2 injured. The tall and thin Marin actually survived. This surprised Chen Zhao. There were security cameras in the park and many witnesses, so it wasn't hard to get things clear. Whether it was because his car got smashed or someone held a gun to Chen Zhao's head, it was reasonable for him to fight back. Fuck, that guy is so strong. Ignoring his pain, Asan leaned against the window to watch. Thank God I didn't fight him one-on-one before. You wanted to fight him. Whatever, let's not talk about this, Asan denied. What a joke. If he mentioned that Chen Zhao had wanted to fight him one-on-one before the car accident, Chen Zhao might want a friendly match again. As for Kane, Kareem, and Howard, they'd been sent to the ground by Chen Zhao the first time they met. They didn't want to think about those memories either. After getting questioned, Chen Zhao returned to the hospital room. Hey, what are you guys talking about? I'm hungry. Me too. Same. I need 3-4 drops this noon. Chen Zhao looked around. Why are you guys like this? It was self-defense. Okay, he was indeed losing control of his emotions these days. From now on, he would meditate and calm down. At the door, Chen Zhao said, Laurent, those aren't nice people. You should take Asan out of the hospital. That's right. Your place is good. I'll bring him to stay with you. You want to bring danger to Fei Lai. Just say it if you don't want me to live with you. I don't want you to live with me. You asshole. You told me to say it. Chen Zhao looked up at Laurent. It was already annoying that Laurent disrupted their two-person world. But since he was Fei Lai's father, Chen Zhao could manage. He planned on sending Kareem, Kane, and Howard to the hotel today. But instead of them leaving, another stranger was coming and Chen Zhao wasn't exactly willing. Plus, Asan should have his own home too. You said he's in danger. You should be sympathetic. I'd be happy to have him stay at my house if he's a little girl, but he's not. Aren't you afraid of me telling Fei Lai? And letting her see how you truly are? I'd tell her that you made it up. I'll find a house myself. Laurent glared at Chen Zhao. How long are you going to stay in L.A.? For. It depends on how long Winnip will be out of the country for. Even though Laurent always threatened to show Fei Lai his true nature, they always acted friendly before Fei Lai. Just as they were talking at the door, a group of police officers walked over. They're here for you, Laurent said gleefully. They're going to arrest you. These officers all looked serious. They dressed differently from the L.A. police that Chen Zhao usually saw. The leader wore regular clothes. The others had different uniforms and weapons. A couple of the officers in the back held silenced submachines. Hello, I am Thomas Riffer, in charge of the local Interpol branch. Are you Mr. Chen? Yes, I am. Then the leading police took Chen Zhao's hand. Thank you for your contributions. You helped us catch Viper Quincy. Viper Quincy? The one you handicapped. Who are they? Chen Zhao asked. A-class criminals wanted internationally. Viper Quincy is the second leader of the international crime organization Death Knight. They committed crimes in many countries and more than 100 innocent people have died in their hands. Wait, are you sure that their name is the Death Knight? Yes, is there a problem? Are you sure they're a crime organization and not some anime club? You're not here to arrest this guy. Laurent was disappointed. Thomas looked at Laurent and then at Chen Zhao. And he is. Ignore him, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. He's crazy. We wanted to ask how you got involved with him. Chen Zhao described everything. Thomas arched an eyebrow. Go check the identity of the perpetrator. See if he has a fake ID. Do you know why they're here? Chen Zhao asked. There are some special members in DK. They're top experts in some field and have irreplaceable positions, so they would usually try their best to protect them. Chen Zhao thought of the two that he'd killed. Viper Quincy didn't even react when he killed the first. But when he killed the second, Quincy had been furious. Chapter 588, Interpol. Chapter 588, Interpol. Mr. Chen, we suspect that DK has something big planned in L.A. We hope that you can cooperate with us to destroy DK's plan and capture their leader. How should I cooperate with you? Chen Zhao asked. This time, you made DK suffer great losses. They often take revenge, so they'll definitely take revenge on you. We hope that we can surround your home and control it entirely. Sorry, no, Chen Zhao refused directly. Why? Don't you want the Interpol to protect you and your family's safety? Does the Interpol have really pretty personal bodyguards for me and my girlfriend? If not, then no thanks. I don't accept any kind of protection. Also, please don't get close to my house or the surrounding area. I have the right to expel you. This was a prime example of conversation killers. Mr. Chen, they're a crime organization, not the typical gang. I know you're a good boxer, but sometimes, a bullet will take your life. Bye, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Mr. Chen, you'll come find me by yourself. Thomas Riffer said. Asand was a standard vagrant. He didn't have a home at all. He didn't have family either, so he just slept wherever he rode his motorcycle to. Usually, he stayed in a restaurant or bar. Occasionally, he would spend the night in a motel. After Laurent brought Asand out, he chattered non-stop about how merciless Chen Zhao was. Laurent, shut up. Asand yelled loudly too. You're so annoying. Fuck you. You're already disabled and your temper is still so bad. Yeah, this is my temper. You got a problem. Kane sat in the back, right between them. His head was about to explode from these two loud guys. Kareem and Howard sat in the front and they were better off, but they were still annoyed. But they didn't have Chen Zhao's guts to yell back whenever they were annoyed. Laurent brought Asand into the hotel. Asand, spend a few days here. How much is one night? $400. Why? You want to pay me? No. Give me the $400. It's the same if I spend the night at a bar. Fuck you. A policewoman walked into Thomas's office with some files. Thomas, we checked. The person who was arrested is from DK. His alias is Engineer, a Class A internationally wanted criminal. He's caused many accidents before. Most of the deaths from DK were caused by him. He used a fake ID with the name Pharaoh Kirk. He works at an electricity company as a repairman. Thomas looked at the files for a long while. Does DK want something from the electricity company? I wouldn't know. Go to the local police station and take the engineer out. I want to interrogate him personally. Sir, many people from DK has been showing up in L.A. in the past 3 months. I'm afraid they'll have action here. That's what I'm worried about too, Thomas said. But we don't even know what their goal is. I'm hoping to get some information from the engineer. Maybe we can try something on that Chinese guy, the policewoman said. What? It's not like we can break into his private property, Thomas said helplessly. Even though they were the Interpol and had powerful rights, they still had to follow each nation's laws. If they really broke into someone's property and got shot, they wouldn't even have the right to fight back. Thomas rubbed his forehead. Whatever. Get the engineer out first and add more people to the hospital. Make sure the Viper Quincy and Thief won't get broken out. Just then, another subordinate ran in. Thomas, Viper and Thief disappeared. One of the doctors died. What? Thomas shot to his feet in disbelief. How did they escape? I don't know. The hospital's security footage was all erased. We can't find any clues or how they even started it. Hurry, send more people to extract the engineer. Hello, we're from Interpol. We need to extract someone imprisoned here. David looked up and saw a beautiful girl. He looked back and saw more people, all wearing Interpol uniforms. He accepted the ID and made another call to check that nothing was wrong with the ID number. Who do you need to extract? Pharaoh Kirk. Who is he? Confidential. I can't tell you. David couldn't do anything. His police system was under the American FBI and wasn't directly related to Interpol. But Interpol had the right to take prisoners from them. David brought Interpol to the cells. This is Pharaoh Kirk. Pharaoh raised his head and shock flashed past his face. When David saw him, he furrowed his brows. Pharaoh's expression wasn't obvious, but he seemed happy. Please open the door. David glanced at the people behind the woman. Can I see everyone else's IDs too? Of course. A big guy came forward. The next moment, he pulled a gun out of his pocket. David cried out inside and tried to jump to the side. But when he was in the air, the man fired. Pew, pew. David took several bullets instantly and fell into a pool of blood. These people started firing directly and destroyed the electric lock. We should go. The woman looked up at the security camera. Since they destroyed the lock, the police would definitely know. Just then, the outer wall of the detention center exploded. A man stood outside. He had a mohawk and was chewing gum. Brothers miss me. Shut up and hurry, the big guy said. Or else we'll have a shootout in a police station. When the woman walked past David, she paused and said gently, Mr. Officer, you're my type. With that, the woman gave David another bullet. Real life wasn't like movies. In movies, the main characters wouldn't get shot even if bullets rained down on them. But reality wasn't like that. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chen Zhao's phone rang. He looked at the number. It was Kate, but why would she call him? Chen. Kate's choked voice traveled from the other end of the call. Hearing her crying voice, Chen Zhao thought, no way. Did Kate fight with David? Or did they break up directly? And Kate wants me to comfort her. No, I can't touch my bro's girl. Chen Zhao was imagining things by himself. Kate, what's wrong? Did you argue with David? David's in the hospital. Kate started crying again. What's wrong? Is he sick? He got shot, a serious injury. He's in the emergency room. Chen Zhao shot to his feet. What exactly happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. I heard that he got shot in the police station. What? How is that possible? In the police station, Chen Zhao quickly asked, which hospital is he in? He hurried over to the hospital. Kate and a dozen police officers, including Sharon, were at the door. Chen. These officers had interacted with Chen Zhao before, so they nodded or greeted him. Chen Zhao glanced at Sharon. She nodded as well. Kate pulled Chen Zhao to the side. There was inextinguishable anger shining in Kate's tears. Chen, I want to kill the people who hurt David. You'll help me, right? No matter what problems they had, their feelings were still genuine. The problems were due to their personalities, but they still loved each other. Now that David was hurt, how could Kate calm down? I want to kill him with my own bare hands. Kate, calm down. I trust that David's colleagues will arrest him. Kate looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, I have a USB. It has a video of someone in a Spider-Man costume climbing CL building on January 3rd. Kate, that's not nice. I'm not threatening you. I just think that, since you have the ability, you shouldn't do nothing. Kate stared straight at Chen Zhao. Okay, I promise you. I won't do nothing, but I have no ideas now either, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I asked David's colleagues. They said a group of criminals disguised themselves as Interpol agents and snuck into the police station. They wanted to rescue a prisoner. David discovered this and that's why he was shot. Do we know the prisoner's identity? A hit and run. He's charged for dangerous driving and injury to others. Hit and run. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. Could it be him? You know him. I killed and hurt some people at the hospital today, Chen Zhao said. What's going on? DK. Yes. Just then, Thomas brought people over. Hey, mister. Chen, how come you're here? Wait. Chen Zhao looked at Thomas's group. What's wrong? Something wrong with me. Are you really Interpol? Of course. Is there any reason to doubt us? My friend was hurt by you, Interpol. Are you friends with the injured officer? Thomas asked. I know about it already. We came just to ask about the situation. Ask about the situation. Chen Zhao sneered. We should be the ones asking. At that moment, Sharon and the other police officers walked over too. Let me ask you, Sharon demanded. Earlier, David checked someone's ID and it said their name was Tauris Beck. He also contacted the L.A. office of the Interpol and they said that they'd indeed sent someone to release the prisoner. But in the end, Tauris Beck is a criminal. I'm Tauris Beck. A woman beside Thomas stood out. My identity was stolen. While David called for verification, we indeed left and were on the way to the police station. In other words, there's a mole in Interpol, Sharon said, looking at the group. We haven't excluded that possibility. This is why we hope your station can work with us and catch the criminal together. We won't work with you. Sharon had become the representative of her station. You haven't even gotten rid of your mole. Why should we work with you? Come talk to us after you've searched yourself clearly and catch the mole. We have a lot of intel on DK. Don't you want it? Sharon and the officers hesitated. In the police system, killing or hurting an officer would lead to their systematic return. All the officers would take revenge crazily. This was why the gangs weren't willing to attack or kill officers. Everyone in the station was furious now. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to capture the criminal. However, they didn't even know who it was. They were like headless flies. Chen, what should we do? Work with them. No, we'll find him ourselves, Chen Zhao murmured. At that moment, the surgery room opened. Everyone crowded over and Kate immediately latched onto the doctor. Doctor, how is David? His life isn't at risk, but he's still too weak. I suggest you all don't disturb him now. Hearing the doctor's words, Chen Zhao was also relieved. Everything was all right if he survived. David was still unconscious, so Chen Zhao and Kate couldn't go in and look. Chen Zhao asked the doctor some professional questions. After confirming that he wouldn't have any lasting effects, he told it all to Kate. Chen, you have to help David find those assholes. Yes, I'll do everything I can to find him for you. Lauren, are you going out by yourself? Yeah, Lauren said. I want to walk around. I'll go with you, Kane said. No. I know that you're on that bastard side now. You've already betrayed me. I don't want 3 traitors following me. Lauren's voice was filled with anger. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were all speechless. Why are you so dramatic? What good is there to follow you? It's not like you pay us. And you always run off alone when we're on your side. These three had been fucked over by Laurent long ago. This time, they were determined not to be on Laurent's side. I don't need you three. I have my own ways. I will succeed. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Laurent came to an abandoned and remote neighborhood. There was no one here. He took out his phone. Pamela, I'm outside the neighborhood. Okay, wait there for me. A moment later, an old woman came outside. Her face was extremely pale and her hair was messy. She wore a flowery dress that looked ancient. She was like a ghost from movies. Fuck. Seeing her, Laurent wanted to turn and run. Laurent, come back. The woman couldn't catch up, so she could only yell from the back. It's me, Pamela. Hearing her voice, Laurent stopped and looked at her hesitantly. You're Pamela. You really are Pamela. Yes. Laurent studied the old woman before him. He honestly couldn't believe that the pretty woman from 20 years ago would turn into this state. However, she really did have traces of Pamela. How did you turn into this? Pamela was a few years younger than him. How could she look so old? Pamela straightened and ripped off the fake mask she had on. She instantly brightened. Even though she was a bit older, she wasn't as scary as before. Why did you do that to yourself? Laurent finally confirmed that it was Pamela. I can't help it, Pamela said helplessly. For our field, you have to do that to make people believe you're an experienced spiritualist. So are you. Of course. Laurent still doubted it. Pamela had said that she was a spiritualist since they first met each other, but he still didn't really believe it. Come. Let's go inside to talk. Laurent followed behind Pamela and looked at the barren neighborhood. He was pretty sure that no one lived here. Rather, Pamela lived here by herself. How come you live here? Duh, have you ever seen a spiritualist live in a fancy apartment? Plus, the rent for here is only $300 per month. Laurent felt that the second was the true reason. And most people feel like old witches should live in places like this, right? Pamela pushed open the door. Laurent pressed the light switch, but no light came on. How come it's not on? Is it broken? No electricity. No electricity. Do you get blackouts often? They've turned off the electricity for this neighborhood long ago. Then, how do you live? You can't even cook, right? Food delivery. Pamela's answer destroyed all of her mysteriousness. While speaking, she pulled aside the curtains. The living room was instantly brighter. There were many strange items in the living room, along with some bookshelves. I have to stay mysterious when people visit me usually, so the room has to be dark, Pamela said. Oh, why did you come and find me this time? You really are a spiritualist, right? Of course. Are you doubting me? Then, can you summon spirits? Laurent asked. That's what a deaf speaker does. I can't do it. Then, what can you do? If you want to summon spirits, I can introduce you to someone, but I need to take a fee. Laurent was speechless. Can you do curses? Those are poisoned spiritualists. Pamela looked at him. Do you have some enemy? I have a mortal enemy. How bad is it? He stole my daughter. Pamela almost flipped the table over. After all this time, it's your son-in-law, right? If you can take care of him for me, I'll pay you $10,000. Hearing $10,000, Pamela was tempted. To what extent? Kill him. That's not necessary. Just scare him. It's best if he can surrender to me. Pamela finally understood. It was just an in-law rivalry. She thought about it. How about this? Bring him to my neighborhood. Oh, it has to be at midnight. Why? Laurent asked. Are we going to have people hide here? That's not necessary. That guy is really good at fighting. Even a dozen guys won't be able to beat him. I'm not that lowly. Plus, hiring hitters costs money. Then, what do you have planned? Pamela lowered her head. Do you know why this place is empty? Laurent thought about it. When he came in, the infrastructure along the way were all preserved well. Leaves covered the street because no one maintained it, but there didn't seem to be any other problems. Why? 12 years ago, there was an epidemic here. Epidemic? This is America. Are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yes. I'm serious. Pamela looked at him seriously. The media didn't report it, because they didn't want to cause panic. Then what? More than 100 people died in the epidemic. Are you saying it's haunted? Later, developers bought the land from the government for a new project, but accidents kept happening, so the project had to stop. Are there really ghosts? Even I'm too scared to go out at night, Pamela said. Is it really that scary? Of course. If I call that asshole here, will he die here? That's why you should call him here at midnight. Usually, the evil spirits that walk around will hide after 1 a.m. They won't cause trouble. Also, having him come alone is the safest. If there are two people, the evil spirits might possess or trick one to make them kill each other. Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. I've lived here for so long and figured everything out. Pamela looked confidently at Laurent. Oh, right. Order food delivery. Why? Aren't you going to eat dinner? I didn't say I'll stay, Laurent said. You don't want to stay and see your in-law cry in fear. Laurent looked at Pamela. You just want to get free food, right? It's getting late, Pamela said. Hurry and call for food, or else they won't come if it's too late. Laurent picked up his phone and ordered 2 food deliveries. When he hung up, he saw a key hanging from Pamela's neck. What's that key for? Chapter 591, Are You Dead? Chapter 591, Are You Dead? You mean this key? Pamela tugged at the key hanging on her neck. My teacher gave it to me. Why are you suddenly asking me this? My wife seemed to have a key like that too, but it's made out of gold. She gave it to that bastard. Pamela shook the key in her hands. Too bad. Why isn't mine made out of gold? It's too weird to have a key hanging from your neck. You wouldn't say that if your wife does that. Pamela rolled her eyes at Laurent. A while later, the food delivery arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Pamela went out to pick it up. Laurent waited leisurely, but Pamela just wouldn't return. He was bored, so he took a book off of the shelf. This was a very ancient book. The cover had already cracked and he couldn't read the title clearly. He opened to a random page and saw a picture. It had images of 13 keys with different colors. But he couldn't read the words on the bottom. Rather than words, they were more like pictures. Laurent had never seen such a strange written script before. It wasn't far, so why hadn't Pamela come back yet? Laurent looked out the window. It was getting late and the sun had set. He picked up his phone to call Pamela. But what he heard was, the number you called does not exist. What? He just called her earlier. How come the number didn't exist anymore? Laurent decided to go out to find Pamela. But when he walked out, his foot sank. The wooden floorboard had caved in. He took his foot out and discovered something inside. What's this? He picked it up. It was a dust-covered box. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with pictures of him, Asand, and Pamela when they were young. Clink. A key fell onto the ground. Laurent picked it up and studied it. Wasn't this the key hanging from Pamela's neck? How come it was here? Was it just the same type? Laurent saw that the bedroom door was half open. He pushed it open and entered. A sour smell flooded out. The bed, chairs, table, and closet in the bedroom were covered in dust. Creak. The closet was half open too and made piercing sounds. He pulled open the door. It was filled with familiar clothes that Pamela had worn before. But they were covered in dust too. He didn't know how long they'd been hanging here. Laurent shuddered suddenly. No, it looked like no one had lived here in decades. Laurent wanted to run out of the house, but he heard a noise outside. Pamela had come back. But instead of feeling relieved, Laurent felt even more terrified. Laurent, what's wrong? You look really scared. Did something happen? No, nothing. Laurent's expression was unnatural. Come eat, Pamela said. Pamela, you, Laurent gulped. Are you already dead? Laurent thought of what Pamela had said earlier. 12 years ago, there had been a plague here. More than 100 people had died. Was Pamela included in the 100 people? Fuck you, you're dead, Pamela swore. What are you talking about? But your place looks. It looks. Looks like no one lives here, right? Laurent wondered if he saw a ghost today. He didn't know if he was scaring himself, but it felt wrong after Pamela had left. It's obviously to make it seem more mysterious. You don't know how annoying my job is. We have to work to make people trust us. Are you sure? You're still alive, right? Pamela lifted her old leg and kicked Laurent. Stop bullshitting. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm going to finish by myself. Seeing Pamela's familiar action, Laurent suddenly laughed. It was that familiar feeling and familiar temper. After eating and drinking, Laurent and Pamela started reminiscing about their respective pasts. And their mutual past. Unknowingly, it was nighttime. The neighborhood outside was pitch black without a speck of light. Pamela lit some candles. I remember back then when we were in that abandoned warehouse. You, me, and we were like this too, lighting a fire and talking loudly. So many years have passed. Who fucking knew that a bum like that would become a politician, Pamela said, laughing. The last time the three of us met must have been 20 years ago. Yeah. You and Asand are both in L.A. Haven't you two met? That old asshole is just like that, running around all day on his bike. We call occasionally, but I need to make money too. So we never met up. Laurent checked the time. They talked for more than 4 hours unknowingly. Asand got into a car accident recently, did you know? No, he didn't tell me. How are his injuries? He can't stand yet. After a while, when he can stand up again, the three of us should meet up. It's about time, Pamela said. What time? Don't you want to prank your daughter's boyfriend? It's time to call him over. Now? No shit. Are you sure it'll work? Are you sure there are evil spirits here? I'm a psychic. You don't trust me. You just kept saying that you're a psychic, but I never saw you have any special abilities. What do you think a psychic is? You want me to do magic tricks for you? Okay. Laurent picked up his phone and called Qin Zhao. Laurent, are you coming back tonight? Chen Zhao was demanding the moment he spoke. Chen, I'm at my friend's place and drank too much. Come pick me up. You think I'll care? Call a taxi. I'm in a remote place. There aren't any taxis. Then walk back. Chen Zhao didn't want to care about Laurent. Don't be like this, Chen. I'm Fei Lai's father. Chen Zhao was so annoyed. This old bastard always used this to threaten him. Did you prepare another trap for me? No, definitely not. I swear, it'll never happen. Plus, do you think my traps are effective on you? Okay, what's the address? Chen Zhao didn't believe Laurent. This old guy definitely prepared a trap for him to jump into. But Chen Zhao would like to see what he'd prepared. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. I'm at the entrance. You can come out now. Chen Zhao was calling Laurent. Does anyone live here? Why is it so dark? Chen, I drank too much. Come help me out. You sound normal though. It's true. How come there's no sound over there? Are all your friends drunk? They're chatting on the side. They're all old. Do you want to hear them talk? Whatever. Chen Zhao could only get out of his car and enter the neighborhood to pick Laurent up. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something wrong. There was a smell of rot in the air. Suddenly, an evil spirit lunged at Chen Zhao with no warning. Chen Zhao raised his leg without even blinking. Ah! The evil spirit let out a scream and was scattered by Chen Zhao's kick. Another one came. And another. Fuck, did I run into some evil spirit lair? He got rid of some evil spirits offhandedly. They were all average ones and weren't threatening at all. Chen Zhao basically killed one with each punch. There was no nonsense. He could feel that there were still many eyes on him. But they weren't willing to come out. Clearly, they were afraid of Chen Zhao. He didn't think the surroundings were threatening. It wasn't only humans who bullied the weak and were afraid of the strong. Evil spirits were the same. Obviously. Chen Zhao had killed a few evil spirits offhandedly. The others would be stupid to keep doing suicidal attacks. Chen Zhao walked straight toward the address that Laurent had mentioned. At the door, he looked inside. There was candlelight in the room, so it should be here, right? He knocked on the door. Inside, Laurent heard the knock. He looked at Pamela, who said indifferently, "Go open the door. Your in-law is here." "He's here. Didn't you say?" Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the candle out. Laurent shuddered because he saw Pamela's body was disappearing slowly. Like the smoke dissipating from the candle. Pamela. Cold sweat beaded on Laurent's forehead. Ah! He suddenly screamed and rushed to the door. He saw Chen Zhao with his back to him. "Chen, save me." Chen Zhao turned around. Instead of seeing Chen Zhao's face, Laurent saw a terrifying face. Ah! Laurent fainted from fear. Fuck. If I'd known, I wouldn't have scared him. Chen Zhao was annoyed. He grabbed Laurent's arm and started walking out. Just then, a necklace fell out of his pocket. Chen Zhao picked it up to look. Another key. Was it the same as the other keys? Or was it just a coincidence? Whatever, he'd take it first. Chen Zhao didn't care if this was Laurent's personal item. Along the way, Laurent woke up in the back seat of the car. Where am I? The scene from before he fainted flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized something. Fuck. Chen, did you try scaring me earlier? Laurent, who were you with earlier? He suddenly turned green and his lips trembled. Chen, I think I met a ghost. Chen Zhao wasn't too surprised at that. After all, the neighborhood wasn't normal. He met so many evil spirits with just a few steps. It would be even stranger if there was no problem. Tell me what happened. I met up with a friend I haven't seen in 20 years, but when you came, she suddenly disappeared. Oh, you saw a ghost. You don't believe me. Laurent looked angrily at Chen Zhao, who was driving. No, I believe you. You don't believe me. If you believed me, you wouldn't be so calm now. How do you think I should react? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see anything when you came. Laurent felt like Chen Zhao still didn't believe him. Nope. Now, Laurent was even more annoyed. He'd wanted to scare Chen Zhao. But instead of scaring Chen Zhao, he was the one who got terrified. Laurent suddenly felt depressed. He felt around his pocket and took out a few old pictures. Are you crying? Chen Zhao glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Laurent wiping at his tears. Chen, do you think someone would appear before you after they die? Maybe. The topic suddenly turned heavy. Chen Zhao saw that Laurent was truly sad. Tell me about you and your friend. You won't believe me. I'll just take it as a story. Along the way, Laurent started reminiscing about the past. She said that there was an epidemic 12 years ago. Maybe she died then, Laurent said gravely. But it's okay. I can still meet my old friend. No matter what she turned into, she's still her. I'll tell Winnip. You asshole. Back home, Laurent was still feeling down, so he went to look at the lakeside night view. Chen Zhao didn't care. Being sentimental was his own business. Chen Zhao didn't plan on wallowing with him. After showering, he went to his room. Fei Lai wasn't sleeping yet. He went up and hugged Fei Lai. Chen, I see Dad sitting at the side of the lake. Is he unhappy? He might have run into a ghost. Huh? It's okay. The ghost didn't have bad intentions. Chen Zhao rubbed against Fei Lai, stimulating her desire. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't care about Laurent, anyway. Just as he was about to do things with Fei Lai, Laurent started rapping on the door. Chen Zhao was instantly furious. When he opened the door, he saw Laurent's furrowed expression. Chen, drink with me. It's 1 a.m., Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. I feel empty. Do you want me to find you a girl? Since Winnip isn't here. Fei Lai. Chen Zhao looked back at her. Fei Lai motioned for him to accompany her dad. Chen Zhao was very angry. Should he find someone to kill Laurent? That night, Laurent became very sentimental. He drank the purple brew for the first time and started sobbing. Chen Zhao just wanted to knock him out. One night was already unbearable. How could he take more nights? Fine, I give up. Laurent drank until 4 a.m. Before he was finally tired. Chen Zhao tossed him onto the sofa and went back to his room to sleep. But he heard knocking in the early morning again. If Chen Zhao wasn't hugging the man's daughter at the moment, he would honestly kill him. Chen Zhao opened the door with a dark expression and glared at the old man. What? Chen, I want to go there again. Go with me. Are you crazy? You know there are ghosts and you still want to go. Go if you want, but don't drag me along. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Laurent, can we be a bit more normal? Where do you see ghosts? Chen Zhao grabbed Laurent's shoulder. Can't you just stay at home and enjoy your peaceful life? Fine, you don't have to go. I'll go by myself. You said that so loudly earlier just so Fei Lai would hear. Chen Zhao drove with a dark expression. Laurent hadn't said that for him, he'd said it for Fei Lai. Fei Lai was worried about Laurent going out to go find some ghosts, so Chen Zhao had to accompany him. Laurent was very proud. Chen Zhao had the urge to flatten him. Everyone said that it was a treasure to have an elder in the family, but Chen Zhao thought this old man was just shit. He was like a bad luck star. Laurent, did you forget how scared you were yesterday? I wasn't mentally prepared. Then, are you prepared now? It's okay. You're with me if we run into ghosts. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid, but Laurent's thoughts disgusted him. Then, do you want to see ghosts or do you not? I do. I want to see her. Tell me the truth. Did you have a relationship with her before? Chen Zhao turned gossipy again. Are you thinking about reporting to Win Nip? When they reached the rural neighborhood, Laurent started shrinking into himself again. So cowardly. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see the ghosts. Laurent immediately refuted loudly. That's why you have the courage to say that. If you saw them, you'd probably be more scared than me. Chen Zhao looked around casually. The neighborhood was barren during the day, but this was normal. When they reached the small house, Laurent got scared again. Didn't you say you're not scared? Why did you stop? Laurent was hesitant, but he still opened the door. Chen Zhao touched his nose. It smelled like rotting wood. After entering, he looked around. He saw a book on the table and picked it up. Suddenly, his eyebrow arched. A lot of the content in the book was recorded in demon language. Laurent saw Chen Zhao holding the book. Can you read that? The words are so weird. I've never seen them before. Chen Zhao flipped through the book. It carried a faint aura of magic. The past owner should have been a spiritualist. However, no one had read it in a long time, so the aura was very faint. Chen Zhao's hand paused. He'd flipped to the page with 13 keys. On the bottom of the page, there was a passage written in the demon language. Every civilization has a final goal, to strive for eternity. Each key points to a door. Try and open the door. It will have the answer that you wish to know. It may be right, it may be wrong. You may be enlightened in the wrong. You may lose everything in the right. This passage was very difficult to understand. At least, Chen Zhao couldn't figure it out. He really hated things that were purposely deep and pretentious. Couldn't they just say what they wanted to? Why did they have to act so mysterious? Were they making fun of him for being uncultured? Hey, where did you put the book? Laurent had seen the book earlier, but when he turned around, Chen Zhao's hands were empty. I put it back on the shelf, Chen Zhao said. You're done, right? We should go. Chen, I saw there's a basement. Let's go down to look. Chen Zhao touched his forehead. You're not afraid of dying. The man was such a scaredy cat, but he insisted on doing stupid things. If you're afraid, you can go back. I'll go down by myself. Okay, go down by yourself. Wait. Chen, I'm giving you the chance to change my impression of you. No, don't change, Chen Zhao interrupted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you. In my heart, you're a crabby old man. Just like how you don't like me, I don't like you either. Don't make any changes on your own. Laurent's face reddened in anger. If he was able to defeat Chen Zhao, he would definitely punch now. He stood at the basement door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made his decision. He took a brave step toward the darkness. Slam! Ah! Laurent turned around and saw Chen Zhao. You want to scare me to death. Unfortunately, you didn't die. With Chen Zhao as his companion, Laurent gathered his courage. The basement was long covered in cobwebs and had random things piled around. Ah! Laurent suddenly screamed. Chen Zhao turned around and saw a skeleton behind a block that Laurent had pushed aside. Is this Pamela? That's not your Pamela. Why not? Judging from the bone structure, it should be a man's skeleton. It's at least 185 meters tall. Chen Zhao was a doctor, after all. He could still tell some things. Does this mean Pamela killed someone here? Chen Zhao couldn't answer. But as of now, he still hadn't seen Pamela's spirit. Usually, ghosts only came out at night. But from Laurent's earlier descriptions, Chen Zhao guessed that Pamela had been a witch. If a witch's soul remained in the human world after death, she may become even stronger than when she'd been alive. So, it wouldn't be strange if she could appear in the daytime. But Chen Zhao didn't really care. That witch didn't hurt Laurent. It meant that she didn't have the intention. Chen Zhao cared more about the 13 keys. The passage turned in his mind. If there really were 13 keys, then he should have 4 now. Did he have to collect all 13 to unravel the mystery? But where could he find the other keys? There wasn't a single clue. It was so headache-inducing. For some reason, he also felt like he should go find the other keys. But he didn't even know the use of these keys, let alone have any clues. Why should he go find them? But why did he want to? He felt really conflicted between his logic and impulse. Suddenly, Chen Zhao whipped his head around. A figure flashed past the entrance of the basement. It was a woman. Was she Pamela? Chen Zhao didn't see clearly. He'd never seen Pamela before either, so he didn't know if he saw her. Let's go, Laurent said with disappointment. It seems like Pamela isn't willing to see me. Or, she's already left. When Chen Zhao left the basement, he turned around again, looking into the darkness. She'd appeared in the darkness again. Chapter 594, There are no foolproof plans. Chapter 594, There are no foolproof plans. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. In the darkness, Pamela was also looking at him. You can see me. Pamela watched him. You aren't afraid of me. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Laurent was very disappointed that he couldn't see Pamela again. He'd gathered his courage to return to this place. But he couldn't do anything. Pamela wasn't willing to appear before him. Even if she did, Laurent wouldn't be able to see her. Let's go. How about we wait a bit more? If you keep waiting, then I'll call Winnip, Chen Zhao threatened. Chen Zhao was so done with him. How old was he, and he was still thinking about his crush. He was afraid that Laurent would divorce Winnip and come harass him and Fei Lai. He just wanted to live peacefully with Fei Lai. Chen Zhao was already imagining things in his mind. In the end, Laurent left with Chen Zhao. Where are we going now? Home. And then? Sleep. After a pause, Laurent couldn't help but ask, nothing else. How about we mess with each other? Laurent turned his head. He didn't want to tell Chen Zhao that he'd already messed with Chen Zhao yesterday. But it didn't seem to have been effective. As expected, using supernatural forces for a prank wasn't reliable. Chen Zhao looked at Laurent. Are you hiding something from me? No. Didn't you say you'll help treat a sand? Not in the mood. I'll go when I'm in a better mood. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hey, Rasfa. Chen, do you want an invitation to the auction at Hilda Hotel on the 7th? Hearing that there was an auction, Laurent immediately cut in, yes. Prepare more than one. Chen, is that your friend? Fei Lai's dad. Okay, sir. How many? 7 people. Chen Zhao was speechless. No problem. I'll have Paul bring it to your house later. Okay. Chen Zhao was feeling worse. He hung up and shot a resentful look at Laurent. You're going to stay until the 7th. You hate me this much. You already know the answer. And what 7 people do we have? You, me, Fei Lai, Karim, Kane, Howard, and Asand. Then you're in charge of pushing the wheelchair. I'm not going to care about you. Chen Zhao knew that Laurent was just causing trouble for him. Hilda Hotel. A piercing alarm rang through the lobby. Many of the guests there were frightened. The guards and lobby manager hurried over. The manager went to the front desk. What happened? Who set off the alarm? Manager, the alarm is broken. It goes off randomly. Which company installed the security system? Higg Security Company, the front desk staff said. Call them and have them come check. 20 minutes later, a few uniformed men came to the front desk. Are you the repairman from Higg? Yes. What is the problem? The alarm went off for no reason. Can you check what's wrong with it? The manager led the repairmen to the security room. The workers started checking the circuits, but there was something wrong with their gazes. But the manager didn't notice their subtle movements. We fixed it. It was just a short circuit. The manager led them out of the security room. After the repairman left the hotel, they ducked right into a car. Boss, we finished the deployment. On the day of the mission, you just need to press a button and the hotel's security system and surveillance equipment will all be shut off. Good. After this job, all of us will be able to retire. The DK boss nodded in satisfaction. Right, how's Quincy? Quincy's arms went through special treatment. He'll be able to work tomorrow. That's good. If he can't participate, then we'll have to change plans. Boss, Quincy keeps yelling about revenge. I already warned all of you before our mission to stay low-key. I thought that he'd know that if I let him lead the mission. But 10 days after the engineer landed in L.A., he was already arrested. Then Quincy got beaten up and sent to the hospital. Do you think the DK is already strong enough to straight up against the police? The DK boss continued coldly, let me repeat myself. I'll naturally think of a way to help him take revenge after this mission, but if he dares to mess around beforehand, I'll toss him down from the top of Hilda Hotel. I'm not a sentimental person. Chen, I found some things. Kate was calling Chen Zhao. Oh. What did you find out? I started investigating the guy called Engineer, Kate said. His alias is Pharaoh Kirk and he works at an electricity company as a repairman. In the beginning, I thought that they had an ulterior motive related to the company. But then I realized that in the 10 days after he started working there, he'd gone out on 5 jobs. 3 were to the same place. Where? Hilda Hotel. Chen Zhao was shocked. Hilda Hotel. The person who called him is the front desk receptionist of Hilda Hotel, Lena Hather. She called them for repairs all 3 times. She also arrived at L.A. by plane a few days ago and went to an interview at Hilda Hotel on the 2nd day. She got the job the day of. The one who interviewed her was the lobby manager. He'd been revealed to harass interviewers before. Wait, let me get this straight. First, that Lena Hather had sex with the manager and became the receptionist of Hilda Hotel. Then she's able to cooperate with Pharaoh and do unknown things to the electricity system of the hotel. Yes, that should be it. Chen Zhao couldn't help but be impressed. Kate's professionalism wasn't any weaker than an experienced police investigator. She was able to discover so much information from clues that others wouldn't be able to think of. I also saw that Hilda Hotel's repair reports in the past 3 months were more than in the last 3 years. It's not just electricity. There were also many repairs for the alarm and sewage system. So, not only did Lena infiltrate the hotel, many other members of DK have gotten in too. And they're secretly damaging all sorts of infrastructure while deploying things. Yes. Chapter 595, Plan. Chapter 595, Plan. At first, I thought DK was a terrorist group, Kate said. But after I researched more deeply, I discovered quite a lot of news about them. They're not a terrorist group. They're a criminal group. Their final goal for everything is for money. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. I know there'll be an auction at the top floor of Hilda Hotel on the 7th. It's for luxury items. The total amount of items sold will be more than $500 million. Then what do we do now? Call the cops. Kate had found a lot of problems, but she didn't know how to take care of it. Don't call the cops. Neither of us can be sure how many moles are in the police station and Interpol. We'll take care of it ourselves. Take care of it ourselves. If you call the cops and DK hears of it, they'll definitely change their plans or even end it. Then how will we find them? Are you going to react to their plan? Kate asked. But it's just you and me. It's not you and me. It's only me. Chen Zhao said. I'll bring the people who hurt David to you. Of course, I'll try to get him to you alive. Chen, thank you. David is my friend too. After hanging up, Chen Zhao really wanted to slap himself. He was really getting more and more courageous. He actually thought that he was able to take care of a criminal organization. This wasn't like the mercenaries causing trouble at his home now. His supernatural defensive system got rid of all the mercenaries. At Hilda Hotel, he would be alone. He didn't even know how many people were in DK. Faced with such an evil organization, he felt a bit shaken too. First of all, Fei Lai and the others definitely couldn't go. If he let them go even though he knew it was dangerous, he was adding more difficulty for himself. It was already a challenge. If they were included, it would be upgraded to a hell level. Now, he had to figure out a reliable plan. First of all, how could he distinguish who was good and bad? This was the most difficult. How could he distinguish them? The bad guys wouldn't hold signs saying that they're bad. Kareem, Kane, Howard, come over. If there were experts, then they definitely counted. They usually looked like 3 beanbags and acted submissively to everyone. However, they had rich army experiences and had helped resolve danger for Winnip many times. But Kareem, Kane, and Howard were unhappy. These days were their happiest days. Only one person had to stay to look after Asand. The other 2 could run free. Winnip wasn't in L.A. Laurent and Chen Zhao didn't care about them either. They could do whatever they wanted, but this call ended their happy life. The 3 trudged to Mirror Lake dispiritedly. They felt like their lives would fall into darkness again. To them, Laurent and Chen Zhao were filled with darkness. I have a question. Chen Zhao looked at the 3. He could guess why they were so depressed. Don't worry. It's just a question. I don't need you to do anything. What question? I know a criminal organization will attack an auction 3 days later. The hotel where the auction takes place has already been infiltrated by them and they'd acted on the electricity and alarm system. What should I do? Call the police, Kareem said directly, without even thinking. Their people might be in the police and Interpol, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure you'll take care of it by yourself? Kareem asked. If you're willing to help, I'd welcome you, of course. Chen Zhao didn't want to care, but these people had hurt David. With Kate's conflicts with them, she would keep going if he couldn't get rid of them this time. But she was only a normal woman. Once exposed, the evil criminals would never let her go. More importantly, Chen Zhao had a conflict with them too. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it was better to attack proactively and capture them all. The three smiled awkwardly. They weren't willing. From Chen Zhao's words, they'd already figured out that this group wasn't a typical gang. Even a normal army might not be able to make such a tight plan. Plus, their arrangements would never be as simple as it seemed on the surface. They would be prepared for everything, such as if the news was leaked or if they'd attracted the police's attention. Any detailed plan would have 2 or 3 backup plans. This kind of organization definitely wasn't completed by a few people. There would be at least 30 or 40 people. If Kareem, Kane, and Howard had an army, they would be willing to bring them to justice. However, only the 3 of them with Chen Zhao were definitely on a suicide mission. It was the same theory as getting chased by wild beasts on the battleground. When chased by beasts, you didn't have to run faster than the beast. You only had to be faster than your companions. On the battleground, only the strongest could survive. If they joined this mission, they may very well die. Chen, it's not that I don't want to help. I just haven't been sleeping well these days. I sprained my ankle when surfing yesterday. I was diagnosed with HIV. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Stop the bullshit. Tell me what I should do and pay attention to. The 3 thought for a while. Then Kane said, first is the surveillance room. Since the group infiltrated the hotel, then they would first take control of the surveillance room. One way is to cut off all cameras. Another is to have someone guard the room. I predict that they'll definitely take control of it, so you have to take control back. The 3 offered their own opinions and said many things that he had to be careful of. Chen Zhao listened humbly. These 3 professionals definitely thought in more detail than him. They thought of many things that he hadn't even noticed. There's also the equipment. The 3 looked at Chen Zhao. How are your shooting skills? What gun are you best at? Chen Zhao thought for a bit. I'm not that great. Have you used a gun before? Yes. I once fired an automatic assault rifle from a few meters away, and the people weren't hurt at all. The 3 had heard of so-called firearm idiots before. Today, they finally saw a living one with their own eyes. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Rasfa, do you plan on attending today's auction? Of course. Is there a problem? Don't go. Stay at home today. Why? If you trust me, then don't attend it. Do not attend it, Chen Zhao warned seriously. Zola won't attend either, right? She won't. What about Steven? Neither. Good. Chen Zhao was relieved. Don't call anyone and don't tell anyone about this. What exactly is happening? There'll be an attack, Chen Zhao said seriously. Don't ask me how I know and don't tell anyone. They've infiltrated the police and who knows how many people they have in the hotel. Rasfa was silent for a bit. I understand. Call your friends and family to your home for a party, Chen Zhao suggested. Rasfa was the only one that Chen Zhao notified. After hanging up, Chen Zhao looked at Laurent who was tied up tightly. You 3, watch this old guy for me. Laurent tried to speak, but his mouth was already taped up. He couldn't say anything. Chen, it's only noon. Do you have to tie Laurent up so early? Of course. Chen Zhao looked at him. Today, you stay in the hotel. You're not allowed to go anywhere. MF. Mr. Laurent, the auction today is very dangerous. Chen's also doing it for you. Don't be angry. MF. Laurent's eyes were filled with anger. Hilda Hotel. Arthur was having sex with his girlfriend when the fire alarm suddenly went off. Then there was rapid knocking on the door. What's going on? Arthur opened the door in annoyance. A firefighter with a helmet stood outside. Sir, there's a fire in the hotel. Please follow us out. You can't stay in the room anymore. Hearing that there was a fire, Arthur and his girlfriend could only hurry and put their clothes on. We're not going downstairs. Arthur and his girlfriend realized that they were going up. The fire blocked the stairs and the elevators are stopped. We can only go to the roof and wait for rescue. Everyone, this is a fire drill. Can all the workers cooperate and go through the fire drill? Where are we going? The water room on the 10th floor. What? We have to climb 10 floors. We'll die in the stairwell, an overweight worker complained. The hotel staff soon discovered that practically all the departments were taking part in the fire drill. What if the guests needed service during the drill? Unfortunately, no one gave any answers. All of the staff were taken to the water room on the 10th floor. This room supplied water to the 10th floor and below. Can someone explain who decided this fire drill? Someone who looked like an authoritative figure asked. Manager, the door is locked. We can't get out. Fuck. What's going on? Call the cops. Call them now. There's no signal. You guys try. I don't have a signal either. Break the door. Kick down the door. Manager, the door is similar to a bank safe. What's that smell? Under the door. Under the door. Colored gas started seeping in from the crack under the door. So dizzy. Outside the water room, a few DK members were calling their boss, but they used a special frequency channel. Boss, we took care of everyone in the hotel. The front desk is ready too. Okay, don't mess up. Just then, a few people came to the lobby of the hotel. Bach looked around. How come there are so few people here today? A disguised staff member walked over immediately. Hello, Mr. Bach. It's our honor to host your auction today. The guests all have very esteemed statuses, so we did some special arrangements to make it seem like there aren't many people. Oh, that's a pretty nice service. If the auction is successful, I'll choose to host it at your hotel again. The venue has been set up. Oh, are you new here? I was an artistic manager before. I work at the headquarters now and they sent me here today as the temporary manager. My name is Quincy. Oh, Mr. Quincy, are you knowledgeable in art? I have studied a few contemporary masters of painting. Bach and Quincy chatted heartily along the way. By now, they reached the top level. Most of the people in the auction venue were Bach's men. But they didn't know that the hotel was already controlled by a crime organization. Mr. Bach, is there anything else I can help you with? No. Quincy, you're more knowledgeable about the arts than I thought. If you're interested in working for me, I would be very happy. Mr. Bach, I won't consider that for the time being. My apologies. Ha. It's all right. The guests for the auction streamed into the hotel lobby. Just then, Chen Zhao walked in with a suitcase. Hello, sir. You are? I want to stay at the hotel. Please get me a room, thank you. Sorry, there's a special event in the hotel today. We can't give you a room. Oh, really? It's the auction, right? I'm here for the auction too. Please show me your invitation. Chen Zhao took out his invitation. I'm from another city and I need a room. Is that okay? The receptionist thought for a moment and smiled, replying, of course. I'll have another worker help you take the suitcase. Okay, thank you. Also, you're pretty. Can I get your number? Thank you, but I won't discuss private matters during work, the receptionist said with a smile. If there's a chance, we can talk later. Another worker came over and the receptionist said, lead this sir to room 1205 on the 12th floor. Sir, I'll take your suitcase. Okay, here's your tip. Chen Zhao gave him $100 bill. When they reached the room, the worker remained standing there. Do you need something? Chen Zhao asked the worker. Sir, you're here for the auction, right? I must bring you there. Chapter 597, Auction. Chapter 597, Auction. Chen Zhao stood in the doorway and smiled at the worker. I know what floor the auction is taking place. I don't need someone to lead me. I'm sorry, sir. It is the hotel's rules. I must take you to the auction. I told you I don't need help, Chen Zhao said coolly. I can walk by myself. Is there a compulsory rule that you have to take me? Sir, I'm afraid that it is compulsory. The worker took a gun out and pointed it at Chen Zhao. He could only raise his hands. Can I take my tip back? Just then, the worker felt pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a huge colored snake curled up on his leg. The fangs had sunk into his thigh. The worker was on the ground. Chen Zhao walked over and tugged at the man's clothes. Looks like it fits. Chen Zhao organized his collar. With this attitude, I really shouldn't have given a tip. He put on the man's mic and communication device. Then he opened his case. Samuel was in the case. He lay in there, panting. I can't breathe. I never want to be in a box again. It makes me feel claustrophobic. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You're a demon king. How can you feel claustrophobic? The security room is on the 8th floor. When Chen Zhao arrived, he discovered 2 corpses on the ground. They wore the security guard uniform of the hotel. It seemed that DK had already gotten control of the surveillance room. Chen Zhao pulled his hat down low and walked towards it. The door wasn't closed. The instant Chen Zhao opened it, the 3 DK members inside pointed their guns at him. Who are you? Ah! The one in the middle was already attacked by Raymond. The instant that the other 2 looked at him, Chen Zhao moved. He didn't hold back at all. He grabbed their necks and twisted. They died instantly. Chen Zhao successfully took over the security room. Samuel, you're in charge of watching this room. Notify me as soon as anything changes. Meow, meow. I want that equipment too. Samuel wanted the ear mic and communication device too. He'd seen it on TV before and thought that it was super attractive. However, Chen Zhao felt that it was too weird for a kitty to have all that. Raymond, stay behind to protect Samuel. I need Raymond's protection. Samuel asked unhappily. You can't even defeat a regular person now. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Plus, as a commander, you need to have subordinates, right? Fine, that makes sense. I'm the commander. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. He put on the Spider-Man mask that he'd prepared and left the room. This was a private auction, so the items wouldn't be taken out in the beginning. The owners would bring them here themselves. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Instead of an auction, it looked more like a cocktail party. Seeing that most everyone had arrived, Bach pounded the gavel at the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take a seat. Our auction will begin soon." Bach straightened his collar. "Today, 43 items will be auctioned, from art pieces to consumables. I'm sure everyone has seen the auction pamphlet before arriving, so I won't waste time describing them." "Sir, excuse me. Will the purple brew be auctioned today?" "Yes, of course. The purple brew is supplied by Mr. Rasfa, but he seems to have not arrived yet." Bach's heart jumped. Didn't Rasfa say that he would come today? How come he suddenly changed his mind? But even though he hadn't come, his item had been sent over. Bach was deeply in love with the mesmerizing fragrance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Even he couldn't bear to take a sip. "What's the purple brew? You didn't attend Rasfa's wine tasting event?" "No. The name is so special." "Which winery is it from?" "No, it's a mysterious wine from Asia. It's filled with magic. I can promise, you've never seen such a miraculous wine before." There were still many people at the auction that didn't know about the purple brew. They asked their friends about the wine's background. However, they only received answers that it was miraculous, special, extraordinary, and magical. This made the ignorant guests even more curious about the wine. Those who had tasted or heard about it before were even more excited. They hoped they could taste it again. Many of the guests had come just for the purple brew. I'm sure many of you have attended my private auctions before, so you should know that the items I provide are definitely top art pieces. As for the value and validity of the items, I can swear on my name that I have never auctioned a knockoff or low-quality piece in the past few decades. Just then, a dozen people broke in. They all held automatic rifles. "Who are you?" Bach yelled immediately. "This is a private gathering. Sorry to disturb you all. We're here to rob you." The room fell into an uproar, but a gunshot soon silenced them. Do I have to reiterate myself? We're here to rob you. Now, you're our hostages. Bach looked at the short man in the front. "Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Most of the people here can make you evaporate from the world." "I know, of course." The short man walked to the podium with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Kadik. Perhaps some of you have heard of my name before. Of course, more of you won't. But you should all know about the armed robbery at the Panama Tiger Club 2 years ago. That was done by my men." The room fell into an uproar again. A dozen wealthy families worldwide had been robbed during the Panama Tiger Club hostage event. In the end, each of them paid $3 million to keep their lives, but 2 of them still died during the case. More than 30 people from the Panama anti-terrorist group had been killed or injured. In the end, the criminals still escaped. It seems like you know my background. Now, I declare that all of your lives belong to me. If you want to live, please pay $1 million. In addition, Mr. Bach, your auction items will belong to me." "No!" Bach cried. "You can't do this." Chapter 598, Counterattack. Chapter 598, Counterattack. "Yes, I can. In fact, I'm already doing this." Kadik looked at Bach arrogantly. Kate was in the crowd. She had dressed up as a staff member. She knew it was risky. It was actually the riskiest moment of her life. But she was a reporter. She knew that this might become the peak of her life. Of course, it was only provided Chen Zhao would really appear. Kate had set up 3 cameras in the area. She also had a mini spy camera on her. As long as she could survive, she could bring the videos back. She would then become the queen of reporters. Suddenly, there was another gunshot, which caused some disturbance again. Bach was shot in the head and collapsed on the floor. A lady in tight clothes was holding a small pistol. Caddick slapped his forehead. Kira, he hasn't paid the ransom yet. You shouldn't have killed him so quickly. We've been here for too long. Let's not exceed the schedule. We need to collect the ransoms immediately. Fine, fine. Caddick shrugged helplessly. Now, please remain orderly and take turns to pay $10 million. Holding a POS terminal, a DK member approached a rich man. Sir, please. I don't have that much money. The rich man was clearly unwilling to pay. But all he received was a bullet. There was no hesitation. Caddick sighed, 10 million less for me. Just then, Caddick received a message from his earpiece. Boss, our people seem to be decreasing in number. Richie, Anfer, Luke, and Steve haven't responded for a while. And I've been hearing cat meows from the communication side. Where are the people in the monitoring room? Luke, Steve, and Anfer are in charge of that. We've lost contact with them. Caddick's face darkened at once. Something unexpected had happened. The 18th floor. Arthur was squatting on the floor, hugging his girlfriend. There were about 100 people around them, all of which were guests of the hotel. At the moment, they were locked in the meeting room. There were 2 people holding a machine gun each. There were also people guarding outside the meeting room. Just now, somebody had already attempted to resist, but he was practically shot into a beehive in less than a second. A few innocent people were also killed because of him. Arthur, I'm scared. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Arthur was terrified himself, but he still tried to comfort his girlfriend. Suddenly, they heard loud gunshots from outside the meeting room. It continued for about a minute. Everyone was horrified. Finally, the gunshots stopped. Nobody knew what had happened. Everyone was panicked and uneasy. The 2 DK members were also rather nervous as they pointed their guns at the door. Once they saw anything, they would fire without hesitation. Suddenly, the meeting room door opened with a bang. A person flew in. He was going so fast that one of the robbers by the door was hit and flung a few meters away. The person who was thrown in was also a robber. He smashed his companion to death directly. The other robber was badly shocked. He immediately grabbed a lady from the floor and held her before him. Arthur! Save me! Arthur was about to stand up when the robber knocked him onto the floor with his gunstock. Come out! Come out now, the robber shouted. Or I'll shoot. Suddenly, someone dropped down from the vent behind the robber. There were more than 100 pairs of eyes staring at the figure, but nobody made a sound. Chen Zhao approached the robber from the back and easily crushed his shoulder. Meanwhile, he pulled the hostage toward him. Who are you? Do you know? Chen Zhao grabbed the robber's neck and hurled him at the French window in the near distance. Crash! Ah! The robber flew outside the window. Chen Zhao patted the lady in his arms. Miss, you're safe. The lady looked at Chen Zhao in a daze. She stared at his Spider-Man mask. Can I kiss you? Sorry, no. Chen Zhao let go of the lady. You may leave now, but don't go upstairs, because there's still robbers. Go downstairs. Use the stairs. The elevators are locked out. Then, Chen Zhao turned around and left. Everyone stared at his back. After a brief moment of silence, they charged out too. Meow, meow. Master, we have 2 enemies on the stairs from the 18th to the 19th floor. They have their machine guns ready. Any good suggestions? Garbage chute. Chen Zhao found the garbage chute and climbed up. Soon, he managed to get behind the two robbers at the entrance to the 19th floor. The two robbers were fully focused on the staircase. They did not notice Chen Zhao charging toward them at all. Chen Zhao was too fast, so fast that they could not react. Glancing at the completely distorted corpses on the floor, Chen Zhao continued to go up. He was about to reach the top floor. "Miss, it's your turn." A robber approached Kate and extended the POS terminal. "It's clear that I'm a staff member here." "I don't have 10 million, Kate said calmly. The robber had already lifted his gun when Kate quickly added, "Don't you need a hostage?" "I won't resist." "She's right. Keep her alive." "She's small and will make a suitable hostage," Caddick said. Kate heaved a sigh of relief. Just when she thought that she would be spared, Caddick suddenly shouted, "Wait, how do you know that we have a problem?" "Shit!" Kate screamed in her mind. Caddick's gun was already pointed at her. Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard from the outside. It was accompanied by a cry of misery. Then, everything went quiet. It was complete silence. There was no sound at all. In the auction hall, a dozen robbers pointed their guns at the door. Caddick's face darkened as he turned around and left. Anyway, he had already taken the auction items. The ransoms from the rich people were merely pocket money. Caddick looked at the box before him, which was filled with the auction items. Suddenly, a low sound was heard from within the box. Then, an intense aroma of wine began to permeate the air. The two robbers beside him started to wipe their tears. Caddick was utterly confused. "What's wrong?" "Dunno. I just recalled a sad memory. That bitch Ella. I have to fuck her to death when I get back." Chapter 599, Are You Comic Fans? Chapter 599, Are You Comic Fans? The fragrance of the wine started to spread through the auction hall. Everyone started wiping their tears. Chen Zhao had already entered the hall through the ventilation. Kate held her camera, aiming it at Chen Zhao while wiping her tears. Even though he wore a Spider-Man mask, Kate could still recognize him. He was probably the only one who wasn't affected by the wine. Kate watched Chen Zhao kill. The criminals couldn't fight back at all. The criminal before Kate also turned around with his gun while wiping at his tears. Kate immediately took out the dagger she'd hidden and stabbed the man's neck. Chen Zhao saw Kate and immediately pulled her over. "Why are you here?" "Don't, wait, let me cry. I'm so sad." While sobbing, Kate said, "That room. So sad, I'm so sad. There are 3 people in that room. The leader Anne." Chen Zhao immediately rushed toward the room that Kate had pointed out. Kate followed behind. So sad. When Chen Zhao pushed the door open, he saw a huge hole on the ground. No one was in the room. The hole led to the lower floor, so Chen Zhao jumped in. Kate jumped down directly too. Chen Zhao grabbed her immediately. "Are you crazy?" "I want to follow you. Leave the boss to me." "Meow, meow." Samuel's voice sounded in the earbud. "Master, there are 3 people left. They took the elevator down with the auction items." Chen Zhao looked at the elevator. The number on the display kept lowering, 17, 16, 15. Chen Zhao yanked the elevator door open and looked down the cavern. The cables kept extending. He didn't dare to jump down. This was more than 20 stories high. But then, Kate pulled a pair of big scissors out of nowhere. "Kate, where did you get this from?" Chen Zhao grabbed the scissors and went to cut the elevator cables. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew and the scissors broke. Let's use the stairs. The scissors were just regular blades, but the elevator cables were made out of alloy metal. No matter how strong Chen Zhao was, he couldn't cut it. Do we have time? Their escape route is the sewage pipe, Chen Zhao said. I already got ready. Kate followed behind him. Chen Zhao turned around to look. You're filming. I'll cut out your voice. Keep the hot parts. Chen Zhao and Kate spent 5 minutes rushing down to the first floor. Kadik and his 2 men had entered the sewage tunnel with the case. Kadik never thought that it would be so bloody. DK had never had such great casualties since he'd founded it. Now, he only had 2 subordinates carrying the case. The good thing was that he'd gotten the money and the stuff. This ending wasn't unacceptable. Revenge? He would obviously take revenge if he could. But who should he take revenge on? Who exactly was that man? Boss, there's something up ahead. Kadik halted, his brows furrowing. Danger. Extreme danger. Right then, one of the men paled. Boss, my feet. Bomb. Chen Zhao had prepared this just for them. He tossed the bomb from the plane to New York into his spatial ring. After Gaia's transformation, it had turned into an underground bomb. This place was filled with dirty water. Who would have thought that there was a bomb here? Give me the case. Kadik clearly planned on abandoning this subordinate. The man's face darkened. You don't want me to live. Then I... Bang! The case shattered and everything scattered. The other subordinate was affected and died too. This plan was practically a complete failure. He only had around $100 million of ransom money that could comfort him. Kadik tossed his emptied gun and turned to leave. But Chen Zhao and Kate had entered the sewer too. The 3 of them faced each other. Hello, DK boss. Chen Zhao waved. This is our first meeting, right? Look at the camera and smile. Kadik stared coldly at him. Hey, move aside and I'll pretend this never happened. Chen Zhao turned to Kate. He's joking with me, right? Ha, Kate sneered. Do you remember the police officer you shot 6 days ago at the station? That's my boyfriend. You're not a professional crime boss at all. You don't even have a gun. Kadik squinted at Chen Zhao. Do you know why I named my organization the Death Knights? Because you like comics. Both Kadik and Kate were speechless. Couldn't he be a bit more serious in times like this? Menace flashed past Kadik's eyes. Because I am a knight of death. Snort. Chen Zhao and Kate couldn't control themselves. This line was so childish. The atmosphere was completely ruined by his words. Kadik's expression darkened. He pulled some bottles out and smashed them onto the ground. Black smoke poured out of them. Sensing something wrong, Chen Zhao and Kate retreated to meters away. Chen, something doesn't feel right. I have that feeling too. The 2 had a short and useless conversation. The black smoke covered Kadik's body and a layer of black metal appeared on his arms. It was sharp armor and more of his body was covered as the black smoke spread. Chen, should we turn around and run now? Kate asked, terrified. It's okay. He just looks scary, but he's nothing. Kadik punched the wall and a huge hole appeared in it. Kate turned toward Chen Zhao. Are you sure he's nothing? I can do that too, trust me. But he does look hotter. Is that all you care about? Kate was speechless. Can't you be more serious? This is clearly supernatural. Kadik had completed his transformation. His entire body was covered in black armor and he really did look like a death knight from movies. "Hey, you're missing a weapon," Chen Zhao said. Then Katic grabbed in the air and a black spear appeared in his hands. Kate looked at Chen Zhao. "Chen, why didn't I realize before that you like getting yourself killed?" "That's because you didn't know me well enough." Chapter 600, Come and be our president. Chapter 600, Come and be our president. Die. Katic clearly did not want to waste more time on chit-chatting. He thrust the lance at Chen Zhao. The next moment, a bronze sword appeared in Chen Zhao's hand. He lifted the sword and struck out. Clang! Katic's lance was cut into two. Chen Zhao waved his sword again. Katic's right arm was severed. Katic was dumbfounded, so was Kate. "Chen. You. Supernatural power." "As if I don't have it," Chen Zhao said, resting the sword on his shoulder. To be straightforward, Katic was a wizard. How strong could a wizard be? Chen Zhao had no idea, but he could take Pierce South as an example. Normally, a wizard's magical power would not be too powerful, and his spells would be more limited. Nature had limited their magical powers, just like how the principles of the human world limited demons from hell. This was why Pierce South had wanted the King of the Sun Golden Chalice to increase his magical power. Katic broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Chen Zhao to be a wizard too. Needle thread guidance. Kate noticed many green threads extend from Chen Zhao's left palm. They were particularly obvious in the dim sewer. The threads wound around Katic so that he could not escape or move. Chen Zhao pulled his left arm and Katic was dragged before them. Chen Zhao turned around to look at Kate, after which he handed her the bronze sword. "Are you able to do it?" Taking in a deep breath, Kate was about to lift the bronze sword. However, Chen Zhao snatched the sword away. "Never mind, let me do it, or David will kill me." Then, ignoring Kate's response, Chen Zhao struck with the sword. He knew that most spiritualists had weird abilities. To ensure that Katic would really die, he severed his head directly. Katic's armor disappeared as his naked corpse floated in the sewage. "Chen, I feel that you have many more secrets. Go and ask David." "Does David know about this?" "We've been through certain things together," Chen Zhao said. "Fine. Cut this part of the tape. You know, it's better not to publicize supernatural powers. Are you scared that you'll be sent to a lab and cut into pieces? The government knows about us. Even if you upload the entire video, the government will try to cover it." Chen Zhao returned to the monitoring room and destroyed all the hard disks containing the surveillance videos. Soon, the police arrived. It was a sleepless night for the whole of LA. It was basically a terrorist attack. More than a dozen innocent people had been killed, half of which were rich people in LA. Dozens of robbers had also died in the hotel. "Hey, Chen, I've heard about what happened in Hilda Hotel." "Okay. Thank you." "No problem. I heard that someone with a Spider-Man hood saved everyone." "Oh, is it?" Rasve did not continue the topic. "Come and chat when you're free." Just as Chen Zhao hung up, a car in high beam suddenly approached his car. Feeling the dazzling light, Chen Zhao quickly stamped on the brakes. Suddenly, another car came from the back, blocking Chen Zhao's path. Chen Zhao was immediately ready to fight. Someone walked out of the car before him. However, the person walked toward him with his hands raised in the air. "What? What's happening?" The person walked to the window. Chen Zhao looked at him, confused. "Hello. I'm West. I work for the Supernatural Organization of America." Supernatural Organization of America? What's that? Mr. Chen, I know that you're a wizard. Chen Zhao frowned. Unknowingly, his identity had been exposed. Nevertheless, he seemed extremely calm, unlike the past where he would be nervous. So, are you going to arrest me? No, I hope that you can join us. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm a foreigner. If you wish, you can become a citizen at any time. No, I think the green card is enough. Mr. Chen, even if you're a foreigner, you can still join us. Is there such an organization in every country? And everyone's been fighting each other secretly. West readjusted his emotions. Mr. Chen, you are imaginative. In fact, our organization doesn't take part in any political struggles. It's part of the International Supernatural Agreement. What the fuck? There's an International Supernatural Agreement. Our aim is to protect the common people from supernatural powers. The supernatural organizations in different countries will only cooperate and not fight with each other. It's like the International Space Station, a result of the collaboration between several countries. China isn't involved in the International Space Station. Mr. Chen, has anyone pointed out to you that you're an excellent conversation ender? West was upset. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. I do obey the law most of the time. Can you just pretend that I don't exist? I'm the one who's talking to you right now precisely because you haven't been using your powers to commit crimes, West said. Can you tell me how you found out about me? In the recent month, you have been legally killing people a few times. Today, when you went to Hilda Hotel, we located you with the surveillance system on the roads. If I reject you, are you going to force me to join through a fight? Mr. Chen, we're a legal organization recognized by the government and also internationally. We're not illegal, like what you might have thought. Then I reject. Goodbye. Mr. Chen, wait. Let me finish. West stood before the car, so Chen Zhao could not drive. We're going to pay you. How much? 200,000 per year. Goodbye. No, don't go. Let's discuss it. I promise it's good for you. Trouble is the last thing I want. Mr. Chen, if you're worried about your nationality, you can return to China to register, and then join our organization as an expatriate. Are you really short on manpower? You even want foreigners? West almost cried. You have no idea. We're not just short on people, but all our members are weak as fuck. That did not seem like a good way to describe oneself. We have 12 people in the organization at the moment, and all we can handle are ordinary supernatural events. We can't even deal with those that are slightly more difficult. Please come and be our president. Let me think about it. West grabbed Chen Zhao's steering wheel. Mr. Chen, we can discuss the salary. Please come and be our president. Chen Zhao had a growing feeling that the so-called Supernatural Organization of America was unreliable. West's face was filled with pleading. Mr. Chen, our youngest member is only 15 this year. 10 days later, he's going for a mission investigation. Can you bear to see him do that? Yes. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Let go. I'm leaving. Mr. Chen, our organization doesn't have anyone with combat abilities. The last leader was a toxicologist from Mexico, but he quit after one mission. And the one before that. West kept complaining. Chen Zhao realized that the leaders of the supernatural organization were all foreigners. Don't you have a local leader? West looked at Chen Zhao with a pained expression. I'm the current leader. Ha! West was about to cry. I'm the current leader. But before this, I was just his secretary. Every time we have an event, I have to get help from foreign organizations. Every time, we have to pay a few $100,000. Within half a year, all our budget is spent. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. America should have a lot of powerful witches. How come you don't go for them? West looked like he was constipated. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Speak. They said that they looked down on us. None of them came. We once invited a witch. And then she scammed us of $1 million and then disappeared. For some reason, Chen Zhao felt that the Supernatural Organization of America was just a super failure club. West felt helpless. Chen Zhao felt helpless too. Chen Zhao couldn't get rid of him. If not for the fact that the group title had America in it, he would have floored the gas pedal. So this means that, when you said you wouldn't be talking to me if I used supernatural abilities to commit crimes, you were actually lying? No, our members behind us are prepared to attack at any time. Where? Call them out for me to see. 5 people came out of the car behind them. One was a boy around Yura's age. One had an edgy mohawk, one was an elderly man with a cane, and there were 2 women. One woman wore glasses and looked nervous, while the other did look quite powerful. She was probably the one with the most battle intent. These 5 are our main fighting force, West said. It might be Chen Zhao's imagination, but when West mentioned these 5, he seemed to be a bit proud. Chen Zhao got out of his car. Show me your talent, abilities. Old guy, you first. West immediately waved. Burr, come, show your true abilities. Burr took 2 steps with his cane and then threw it to the side. Arg! Then Chen Zhao watched as the old man named Bill started expanding. He turned into the size of Hulk. But the next instant, Burr started shrinking and fell to the ground. I'm gonna die. The others hurried over to help him up. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. At first, he thought that this old man wasn't bad. But then he went down in 3 seconds. That was too fast. Burr isn't in a good state today. Usually, he can last 30 seconds. West quickly waved his hand. Come, Moore, you're next. Come. Moore gulped and walked up hesitantly. He has a family magic spell. Moore, come. Moore's body shook. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. There were 2. He thought that he was seeing things, but yes, there were 2. Cloning. Yes, cloning. And then what? So, he became 2, then what about his combat abilities? He's taking boxing lessons now, West said. 1 kid turned into 2 kids, so his combat abilities doubled. But his foundation was a bit too low, wasn't it? Okay, he was still a kid, so Chen Zhao couldn't have such high standards. He had room for improvement, probably. Who's next? The guy with an edgy mohawk came out. My name Morid. I'm a naturalist. I can control plants. Okay, please begin your performance. His description sounded reliable, even though his appearance looked unreliable. Edgy Morid walked to the side of the road. Chen Zhao felt the magic on him. Then the plant before him started moving and walked out like a person. It was like Eugenus, the forest shepherd. However, it was a bit shorter, only around 1 meter tall. I can only control plants this big now, but my magic is improving really fast, Morid said confidently. I'm sure I'll be able to control towering trees in the future. Chen Zhao looked over to the 2 women. They had completely opposite personalities. One had a sharp aura while the other looked timid. What about you 2? I'll do it. My name is Jolanash. My skill is elemental magic, especially wind. She opened her arms and Qin Zhao immediately felt a furious wind blowing in his face. Beside him, West couldn't keep standing and had to grab onto the car. Oh. This was a bit legit. It finally wasn't comedic. Jolinash's wild wind lasted for around a minute before finally stopping. Even though it still lacked combat abilities, it was at least still legit magic. Not bad, miss, Qin Zhao said. So, your name is Jolinash? Yes. Jolinash looked proud. Then what's her name? Belia. Jolinash tugged the sleeves of the glasses girl beside her. Hello, sir. I'm Belia. Please begin your performance. Here. Belia asked. Is there something wrong? Belia glanced at West, who nodded. Do it. Belia took out a bracelet and handed it to Qin Zhao. What is this for? Belia didn't reply. She started squirming. Then she tossed her glasses away while still wriggling. Qin Zhao was confused, but something in his body seemed to have been activated. Belia danced while taking off her clothes. Next, Qin Zhao's right arm suddenly swelled, scaring everyone. Even Qin Zhao was scared. Belia's striptease ended too. She stared at Qin Zhao in shock. What's going on? How did it get activated suddenly? Qin Zhao was confused. His mouth of gluttony hadn't been activated in a long time. Belia has Godiel's blood. They have a special magic culture, similar to shaman war songs and dances. It can temporarily stimulate her comrade's potential. But, she's doing a striptease. She's never learned the war dance before. Before we hired her, she worked at a bar. West paused. As long as you hold her special bracelet, you'll be able to feel her dance. Tell me. If she does this dance on the battleground, will it stimulate our potential or the enemy's potential? Chapter 602, Privatization. Chapter 602, Privatization. West looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also looked back. Why don't you just disband the organization? Actually, we have a few more people. Oh, are they not here? Accountant, logistics, warehouse manager, president's secretary, and HQ security guard. Wait, you said there are 12 of you, but that's only 11 including you, right? It'll be 12 if you join us. What missions have you done recently? Fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits. Are there that many evil spirits in LA for you to fight? No, actually it's the same place, but we kept failing. Okay, they're hopeless. Aren't they just a bunch of trash? A combat organization with an equal number of combatants and support staff, and a president. Disband it. Wait. Don't you want to see the president's secretary? She's super hot. West took out his phone and opened a photo. Do you think I don't know about Hollywood stars? This is Kidman. And when she's young. Oh, wrong photo. It's this one. Isn't she hot? Qin Zhao looked at the woman in the photo. She was indeed pretty. Is this really the president's secretary? Yes. Qin Zhao turned to look at the 5 combatants. All of them looked away. Is your president lying? Nope, Jolinash said. Qin Zhao frowned in suspicion. Hey kid, tell me, is this really the president's secretary? Yes, former secretary. What? Former secretary. She resigned after being harassed by the president. West panicked. As long as you agree to become the supernatural organization's president, you won't have to worry about the IRS anymore. Oh, can you guarantee that? We're a government organization, after all. We have that power. Does the organization normally just fight with evil spirits? Yes, more or less. I have my own job. You don't have to stay in the HQ all the time. Just go there when you're free, West said solicitously. We also have Social Security and major accident insurance. The claim is guaranteed. $200,000 per year. Yes, yes. There won't be things like fighting the supernatural organizations in other countries. Absolutely not. Will spiritualists be arrested and studied? That's prohibited by the International Supernatural Agreement. Any country, organization or lab that conducts inhumane experiments on supernatural people will be punished. Like how? Offenders will be attacked by all the supernatural organizations in the world and have their souls drawn out while alive. Fine, that's very supernatural. What's the procedure to become the president of the organization? Sign on this parchment. Chen Zhao took the parchment and injected a small amount of magical power. Then, the content on the parchment was displayed. The president has no rights to transfer the funds. It's to prevent what happened last time from happening again. My house is here. Do you think I can even run away? Remove this line. As the president, of course I should be able to manage the funds. How about our accountant? If you need anything in the future, ask the accountant to report to me and ask for approval. Change this to, the funds are managed by the president. Okay. And this. All of them have to be changed. Finally, Chen Zhao signed the contract. The Supernatural Organization of America had officially become Chen Zhao's private supernatural organization. Also, since the former president's secretary has resigned, should we hire another one? No need, I'll be the new secretary, West said with a serious look. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. No way. I need a lady. We've used all the funds this year. President, are you going to pay with your own money? Chen Zhao was clearly not generous enough to spend his own money. By the way, is there any confidentiality agreement in the organization? Apart from not exposing us to the media, you can do whatever you want. Chen Zhao sighed. He felt that he had been deceived into such a worthless position. Oh, who do I report to? Don't tell me it's the White House. No one. Although we are a government organization, we act independently and monitor ourselves. Will the government give us tasks? Yes, but we have the right to reject them. There was a lot of freedom. Chen Zhao thought about it. It did not seem to be a bad idea. Also, you said there will be a dangerous mission a few days later. What is it? 3 years ago, we received a mission from the government to eliminate the evil spirits in Mapleville. 3 years have passed, but we've accomplished nothing. So the government began to pressure us and demanded that we complete the mission in 10 days. Otherwise, we might not get the funds for next year. Mapleville. Are the evil spirits there powerful? Absolutely. Hundreds of evil spirits gather there all year round. In the last 3 years, we've spent most of the time attacking that place, but we kept failing. Tell me when you're going there again, Chen Zhao said. Of course. This was probably the most pleasant thing West had heard tonight. He had been waiting the entire night to hear this. By the way, what's your ability? Super memory, ultra speed reading. When I cast my spell, my IQ will increase rapidly. Chen Zhao studied West but remained silent. By the time Chen Zhao returned home, it was already early morning. Too many things had happened that night. Just as he entered the house, Laurent charged out with a frying pan, ready to duel. Chen Zhao's fist went straight through the pan. Laurent roared softly, "Asshole, do you know how long I'd been tied up for? I was only released before Fei Lai came back. Does Fei Lai know about it?" No, I didn't tell her. Laurent had also found out about the Hilda Hotel attack from the news. You should be glad you didn't. If you dare to do that again next time, I'll bring Feilai home. Laurent stared at Chen Zhao in anger. Fine, I won't tie you up anymore. Next time you try to kill yourself, I won't stop you. Laurent turned around and had his back face Chen Zhao. I mean the risks you took. Before you take any risks, think about Feilai. Haven't you always been cursing me to die? I would love that to happen, but Feilai would be sad. Chapter 603, Hey, do you see that man? Chapter 603, Hey, do you see that man? Yes, it's true. Spider-Man saved me, a woman said excitedly to the camera on TV. I saw him. I really saw him. He personally saved me from the captors. I saw him too. He wore a Spider-Man headpiece. The witnesses and victims were being interviewed by the media. All of them claimed that Spider-Man had saved them. Of course, anyone with common sense knew that it was someone wearing a Spider-Man headpiece. But some people thought that it really was Spider-Man. That it was Peter Parker. This caused the Spider-Man movies to become unprecedentedly popular. However, the biggest uproar came on the afternoon of that day. Footage from the scene was published. It blurrily recorded everything that had happened, including the masked Spider-Man's fight with the criminals and how he saved everyone. It was just that no one understood why the criminals were crying. It wasn't only them. The captives were crying too. Of course, some people knew the truth. The news came from somewhere, explaining why everyone was crying. There was a bottle of wine that was going to be sold at the auction. This bottle could make people think of the past and even remember forgotten memories. During the clash, that bottle was accidentally shattered. The fragrance filled the air and everyone who smelled it started crying. In other words, it was this wine that helped the man save everyone successfully. Chen, good news, Rasfa said. Someone wants the purple brew. They offered $150 million. But I advise you not to sell it so quickly. Of course, ignore me if you need the money. You're doing hunger marketing again. Your purple brew is totally famous now. Regular people know about it too, not just the rich. And the more curious people are about it, the more valuable it is. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Laurent started throwing a tantrum again. Where's the purple brew? I want to drink the purple brew. Do you know how much one bottle costs? Don't fool me. I've studied finance for a few years too. The purple brew doesn't work at the market value. You and Feilai drink it like it's an everyday beverage, so it's obviously not that expensive to make. Chen Zhao glared at the proud Laurent. He was so annoying. After making a commotion, Laurent finally got the purple brew. He happily took a sip. That taste was amazing. I miss Winnip. After another sip, Laurent grew sentimental again. Aw. Pamela left just like that. Chen Zhao found earplugs and went to sunbathe by the lake. But Laurent started bothering him again. Chen, I want muscles. I want a strong body. I heard from Feilai that you're good at bodybuilding. Help me exercise. Chen Zhao squinted and studied Laurent in his swim trunks. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. How about I introduce a coach to you? Definitely professional. More professional than me. Really? More professional than you. If you see her, you'll trust me. Chen Zhao's smile had another meaning to it. Chen, how come you're here? Gaia was surprised to see Chen Zhao visit suddenly and bring an old man. Let me make some introductions, Chen Zhao said. This is Gaia. This is Laurent, Feilai's father. Gaia, Laurent wants to bodybuild. Can't you help him? I'm not as professional as you. Gaia looked at him strangely. Why did his tone sound weird today? Laurent, go look around the gym and get familiar with the machines. After Chen Zhao sent Laurent off, Gaia looked at him. Tell me. What's up? Make him suffer. You have something against him. I hate him. He hates me too. Hi, I'm Laurent. Your muscles look great. Laurent looked at the burly man before him. There were many muscular guys like this in the gym. The man nodded but continued to train attentively. The dumbbell in his hands went up and down, up and down. See that guy over there? He said that no one in the gym can beat him. The man turned and saw Chen Zhao in the distance. He's right. Laurent almost choked on blood. He thought that a muscular guy like this would have some ego and lose his temper hearing those words. He went to the boxing ring. There was a tall African-American man practicing in the ring. The person practicing with him was forced back continuously. The boy looked even stronger than the muscular man from before. When he went to the side of the ring to drink water, Laurent went over immediately. Hey, you're great. Tiger grinned. Thanks. Usually, people would come over to talk to him too. After he'd participated in the BBL competition, he had a certain degree of fame. But this old man looked unfamiliar. He was probably new. Do you see that guy? Laurent asked. Yeah, why? That guy seems like he's here to find trouble. He says he wants to beat up all the sissies in the gym. Tiger looked at Laurent strangely. Do you know him? No. Do you know who he is to me? What do you mean? Who is he? Tiger ducked out of the ring. He's my teacher and benefactor, you old asshole. Ah. Thud. Tiger punched Laurent in the eye. Chen Zhao and Gaia were talking in the distance. They had seen Laurent chatting with Tiger and thought it was okay. The next moment, they saw Tiger send Laurent to the ground with a punch and ran over, alarmed. Tiger, why did you hit him? Gaia asked. He insulted Mr. Chen and tried to ruin our relationship. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He didn't need Tiger to speak further. He could imagine what Laurent was trying to do now. You old bastard. Chen Zhao checked Laurent. Fortunately, he didn't die. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Whoa. Chen, that big guy hit me. Help me teach him a lesson. He's going to be your boxing coach. Chen Zhao patted Tiger's thick arms. Earlier, he was testing your endurance. Seems like you're stronger than expected. This way, he can give you a more accurate training plan for the next few days. I don't want to work out anymore. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too late to leave now. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Laurent really wanted to slap himself. How could he be so cheap? He was simply looking for trouble. Bang, bang. Tiger smacked his gloves against each other. Come, again, use your strength. Tiger, Laurent is old. Don't kill him. Got it, mister. Chen, Tiger answered in the ring. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him up however you want. Chen, I'm not training anymore. I've already arranged the course for you. You're quitting now. They won't give a refund. Ah. Laurent screamed in misery, while Chen Zhao still had a smile on his face. Tiger continued to train with Laurent. Chen Zhao and Gaia exchanged looks and went to another ring. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, everyone heard low noises in the distance. Everyone in the fitness center stopped what they were doing and gathered at the source of the noises. There, they saw Chen Zhao and Gaia training with each other. None of them dodged and both punched their opponent's body with their gloves. They took turns to hit each other. The low noises were produced when their fists landed on their opponent's body. All the onlookers were flabbergasted by the sight. If any of the two were to hit someone else, the person would probably be disabled in one punch. They only stopped when their fists were slightly injured. The crowd opened a path and allowed the two to pass. What's the progress on that treasure? Someone is translating the nautical diary at the moment. I think he still needs more time. Are you sure the translator won't disclose the information? Ha! You're worrying too much. Even if he tells everyone around him what he's translated, it won't matter. Laurent staggered toward Chen Zhao and Gaia and collapsed before them. I'm dying. Do we need to send him to the hospital? No, he won't die. Chen Zhao squatted down in front of Laurent. If you don't get up, I'll ask Taggart to spend 10 more minutes training with you. The sentence was like an elixir. Laurent indeed stood up at once. When Feilai returned home at night, she saw the injuries on Laurent's face. Chen, did you two have a fight? But after she gave it a second thought, she knew it was probably not the case. If the two of them really fought, Chen Zhao could have killed Laurent. He wanted to train his muscles, so I brought him to Gaia. Dad, why do you want to train? Forget it, it's already over. Laurent felt like crying. He did not want to talk about it. Feilai suddenly had an idea. Why don't we go hunting? Cough, cough. Whenever Chen Zhao thought about the hunting experience he had with Risvar and Del, he would be creeped out. Chen, didn't you say last time that we'll go hunting together? But I meant together with you. 2 people. Chen Zhao turned his head. Not 3. Hunting's great. Let's invite Karim, Howard, and Kane. Feilai grabbed Chen Zhao's arms and stared at Chen Zhao with watery eyes. Can we? All right. Given his promise earlier, Chen Zhao obviously could not reject Feilai now. All he hoped now was that Laurent would scram as soon as possible. With such an irritating father-in-law around, he could not even be intimate with Feilai. Should I call Winnip and ask her when she'll return? Forget it. If she returns and comes straight to LA, we'll have more third wheels. The next day, Feilai still went to work. Chen Zhao and the others stayed at home, preparing the equipment needed for hunting in the mountains. At some point, 4 came. There was one more person. Anyway, since there were already so many people, Chen Zhao would not mind one more. He had long lost hope in having a 2-person forest tour. Chen Zhao went to Risvar's place and borrowed a few hunting guns. The following day, when everything was ready, the group left the house. The wood before the house was connected to the mountain forest, so it was really convenient. However, there weren't any wild animals around. Even if there had been, they would have been eaten by Princess and the rest. Because they were hunting as a family, Chen Zhao had brought many pets with him. Samuel had been cutely begging him, so he had to bring Samuel along. And also Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Princess. Even Abitos had learned to act cute like Samuel. It was actually horrifying to see Abitos act cute. He would roll in the living room, destroying all the things in the way. Chen Zhao was scared that should he leave Abitos at home, he would need to refurbish the house when they returned. He had to take Abitos with them. Fortunately, Abitos was no ordinary lizard. It was difficult for Komodo dragons to move in the forest. On the other hand, Abitos could climb a tree and run in the forest. Chen, help us carry some stuff. Karim was carrying 20 kilograms of equipment. Howard and Kane had bags of similar sizes. However, Chen Zhao continued to hold Samuel in his arms. I'm carrying a lot too, Chen Zhao said. Laurent, go and help them. Don't you want to train your body? Try walking with weights. Asshole, my belly is already a weight. Karim, Howard and Kane almost cried. They had been thoroughly enjoying themselves over the last few days. They originally thought that they could play until the day they returned to Sacramento. In the end, Laurent called them and forced them onto the mountain. Fine, it was just hunting, which was a leisure activity too. However, when they departed, they realized that they were not the ones hunting at all. Laurent's family was hunting. The three of them were here as labor. In the end, Chen Zhao still took a bag from them. They seemed to be carrying too much indeed. In the first hour on the mountain, they found nothing. They did not encounter any wild animals. Chen Zhao wondered how big Black Ma and White Ma's hunting radius was. Therefore, Fei Lai called softly. She pointed at a white figure in the grass in the distance. It was a white hare. Fei Lai and Four had both grown up on a farm. Thoughts like, how can we eat rabbits? They're so cute, would never cross their minds. Four lifted the gun in a skilled and standard manner. She held the stock against her shoulder. After aiming briefly, a gunshot was heard. Several meters away, the hare's head exploded at once. Nice. Laurent's face flushed. Daughter, you're great. The group took the hare and continued deeper into the mountain. A hare was clearly insufficient for so many of them. Very soon, however, they killed a wild goat. This was huge. Chen Zhao envied Fei Lai and Four's shooting skills very much. As for himself, he did not even load any bullets, let alone shoot. He hoped that he would never have to shoot again. All he would receive was humiliation. At something past 1 in the afternoon, the group stopped to rest. Meanwhile, they skinned and roasted the goat and the hare. Just then, another team appeared in their sight. Chapter 605, Refusal. Chapter 605, Refusal. Vanity. Chen Zhao didn't expect to meet her again. Vanity was also surprised to see him here. Hi, Chen. Vanity led her team over to greet Chen Zhao. What a big bear. Is that a giant lizard? What breed is that? Chen Zhao saw that everyone on Vanity's team was unfamiliar. It seemed that she'd built her own team. Don't tell me that you're here to hunt. And don't tell me that you're here for an exploration. Ha! You guessed it. Chen Zhao really wanted to turn around and leave now. There was never anything good when it was related to explorations. Any random monster could kill half of their team. It's just a regular relic this time. Vanity clearly knew that Chen Zhao was worried he would be involved in some monster fighting again. Chen Zhao glanced at Vanity's team. They were much more normal this time. At least, there were only a few who were fully armed. Chen Zhao introduced Vanity to the people on his side. Laurent, Fei Lai, and Four were all curious about Vanity's career. They really were from one family. They had identical interests in this aspect. Are you interested in exploring? This time, we're going to a branch of the Incan civilization. It's not that far from here, just about 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers wasn't far, but this was in the mountains. Traveling 20 kilometers in the mountains could make an adult die of exhaustion. Of course, it was mostly because Chen Zhao honestly hated explorations. Chen Zhao had gone to a relic with our team before. Chen Zhao pulled Kane to the side. Kane, tell Laurent later that they're not good people. Don't get too close to Vanity. Explorations and stuff were the worst. Kane looked at Chen Zhao suspiciously. With what he knew of Qin Zhao, the man would make anyone or anything that he didn't like into something evil. They're really not good people. They don't look bad though. Some of them look like college professors. The last time I went to explore a relic with them, half of them died. If we don't stop Laurent and the others and something happens this time, you might be part of the half that dies. This made sense now. When Qin Zhao walked over, Fei Lai and the others were in a heated discussion with Vanity. Chen, Vanity invited us to join the expedition. Fei Lai's eyes were filled with anticipation. She hoped that Qin Zhao would agree. Fei Lai, Vanity clearly didn't tell you that in the last 2 expeditions, 15 people in her team died the first time and 20 died the next. Qin Zhao wouldn't allow Fei Lai to take that risk. He wouldn't allow it no matter how great Vanity made it sound. If it weren't for me, all of them would have died. Ha! Fei Lai didn't think that relic explorations would be so dangerous. Chen, I said that this is a regular exploration. The relic has already been searched before and many teams have visited it. It's not dangerous. Qin Zhao glanced at her. If it's not dangerous, then why does a portion of your team have a gun? You're not hunting, are you? It's just in case. It's like an officer patrolling the streets. Even a regular patrol officer would have a gun. Anyway, I don't care if you go on an expedition. Just don't drag my family into it. Fei Lai saw how serious Qin Zhao was. He didn't have his usual playfulness, so she didn't say anything else. If Qin Zhao didn't think it was dangerous, he wouldn't stop them from exploring with this attitude. Seeing how insistent Qin Zhao was, Vanity was a bit disappointed. Just as Qin Zhao was worried about, this expedition wasn't completely without risks. If Qin Zhao could join, then their safety would skyrocket. Unfortunately, Qin Zhao was too insistent. She couldn't find any excuses. After the short interaction, Vanity left with her team. Chen, is relic exploration really that dangerous? Didn't you see that they all have automatic assault rifles and grenades? That's standard military equipment. The 7 of us only have hunting rifles. If something happens, do you think they'll protect themselves first or us? It made sense to Fei Lai. After all, there were so many of them. If there really was danger, Qin Zhao couldn't protect them all. Whether it was for Laurent, Karim, Howard, or Kane, she didn't want any of them to get hurt. No one's moods were affected by this encounter. They collected their belongings, put out the fire, and continued up the mountain to hunt. Hey, enough. This is the mountains, not your home, Fo complained in the distance. As a single lady, she hated PDA the most. This annoying couple showed their affection no matter when or where. This wasn't Fei Lai and Four's first time hunting in the mountains. Qin Zhao guessed that they'd gone hunting very often in Sacramento. Their technique was very well experienced. Of the entire team, only Qin Zhao was empty-handed. Chen, are you okay? Laurent mocked. I'm carrying such a big bag. I can't aim well. Karim, Howard, and Kane are carrying bags that aren't any lighter than you, but look at their prey. Right then, everyone stopped. They saw piles of animal corpses. They'd all been skinned. Did Vanity's team do this? No, not them. Karim shook his head. A poaching team did it. It doesn't look small-scale either. Kane and Howard wiped their grins off their faces too. Chen, we should go back. If we run into them, it'll be trouble. That's weird. There are no valuable animals here. Why would such a big poaching team come? This was a warm forest but not a rainforest, so all the animals were pretty common. The medium and large animals included bears, wild boars, pumas, deer, and wolves. Looking at their black market price, it wasn't worth it for a large poaching group. Their targets were mostly the Amazon rainforest, African safari, or Southeast Asia. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chen Zhao did not like unexpected events like this. All he wanted was an ordinary tour in the wild, a normal hunting experience. The carcasses were piled up before them. While they had yet to rot, they already smelled extremely unpleasant. In the warm environment, the carcasses were already emitting a pungent odor. "Let's go back," Chen Zhao said. Even the Death Seeker Loran did not object to the suggestion. However, before long, Black Moss suddenly ran toward them from the front. "Master, I smell humans from the headwind, and also the strong smell of blood." Chen Zhao frowned. Headwind, which was the direction they had come from and were currently heading toward. "Stop," Chen Zhao said. "What's wrong?" "The poachers might be in front of us," Chen Zhao said. Black Moss smelled them. "It's that direction." Everyone was slightly hesitant, but they knew that Chen Zhao's pets were all extraordinarily intelligent. "What do we do now?" "Let's take another direction," Chen Zhao said. "Ha! Human footprints. Quite a few of them, in that direction. 5 males and 2 females. That's where we skinned the animals." Milford Leon frowned. "Boss, what do we do?" "Continue the search. We won't look for them, but if they bump into us we'll keep them here," Milford said. "Fuck, that guy's really hard to catch. If it's easy, it wouldn't be worth 5 million. Poachers were usually also skilled trackers, especially in the woods. They could track their prey using footprints, feces, and even smell. Nevertheless, their prey this time was special. It was an albino cougar. In the black market, a rich person had placed a 5 million bounty on catching the cougar. Cougars had always been a popular pet among the rich. Cougars were also big cats, but their sizes were very different from lions. They wouldn't be that big, so they were less threatening to humans. On the other hand, they were significantly larger than normal cats. Hence, raising a cougar had become a symbol of status among the rich. An ordinary, healthy cougar cost from 30,000 to 100,000. Strangely enough, in America, it was illegal to sell cougars, but not illegal to raise them. Due to market demands, the cougar black market was born. Every year, more than 1,000 cougars would be sold in the black market. Most of them were captured by poaching teams. As for this particular team, they had skinned the animals only for some extra income. A normal buckskin could be sold for $100. If they did not manage to catch the white cougar, they could at least sell the skins and not make a loss. As a poaching team, their hunting methods were far more efficient than an ordinary hunter. They would set up various traps. Even humans might get hurt, not to mention animals. As for things like ecological balance, they were clearly unconcerned. "Boss, look at this footprint." Milford walked up to check the footprint. Upon seeing it, he gasped uncontrollably. "What is it? Can you tell?" "Think it's a bear. Black bear. Brown bear. They can't be this big." From the depth of the footprint, "It's at least 1,200 kilograms, Milford guessed, uncertain. As the head of a poaching team, he had good knowledge of various wild animals. He had studied them before, especially the valuable ones. In the black markets, special and rare animals were worth a lot. For example, a panda would cost at least 5 million. However, if anyone dared to steal a panda from China, he would probably be shot before being able to leave. It was riskier than drug trafficking. The panda was a national treasure to China. Clearly, offenders would not be spared. Therefore, even though pandas had high prices in the black market, nobody would dare or be able to get one. Mutated species were worth a lot too. An example was the albino cougar they were tracking at the moment. It was a rare mutant. But now, they seemed to have discovered a new target. An ordinary bear would cost no more than 50,000. However, if it was a mutated bear, the price would increase at least tenfold. From the paw prints, it should be a brown bear, but a few times bigger than a normal one. Let's get the bear. Milford licked his lips. It was a delightful surprise. Catching the bear would surely earn them much more money than skinning animals along the way. The bear's footprints overlap with those people's. Could the bear be tamed? In any case, let's get the bear first. So what if it's tamed? Now it's mine, Milford said firmly. The team began to track the footprints. Until it was evening, they still had not caught up with the group ahead. Boss, I think that they know we're here. They've been avoiding us. We're getting deeper into the forest. They can't leave. Sooner or later, they'll be tired and we'll catch up with them. Like what the poachers guessed, Chen Zhao's group was indeed somewhat exhausted. Apart from Chen Zhao, everyone was almost too tired to walk further. It would be a bad idea to walk too quickly on a mountain because the humid air and warmth would rapidly drain one's water and energy. Even a marathon runner would not be able to move at a consistently high speed in such an environment. The rugged mountain terrain and frequent vegetation obstructing their way were all factors that slowed them down and consumed their energy. I can't. I need to rest. Laurent was too tired to walk. He sat down before a bush with a thud. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from the bush. Shocked, Laurent threw himself on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Nonetheless, the white figure had no intention to attack the group. It dashed into the thick forest in an instant and disappeared. It was a big guy, about the same size as Black Maw and White Maw. Did you see that? What's that? Looks like a cougar. But are there white cougars? Laurent asked suspiciously after he had calmed down. It's definitely worth a lot of money, Howard said. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. The poachers aren't looking for this, right? Chen Zhao's heart jumped. What a pretty puma. Men and women focused on different things, clearly. Men focused on whether it was valuable or not. Women focused on whether it was pretty or not. Chen, do we have to keep going? Dad looks like he can't walk anymore. Then let's rest for a while, Chen Zhao said. It had started getting dark. They indeed couldn't continue walking. It wasn't a matter of energy. If they slipped or tripped over something, it could be very dangerous. Just then, Black Maw and White Maw ducked out. Master, they're getting close. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. The poachers were so clingy. He didn't want to encounter them, but they just had to chase after him. Didn't they know that if they kept chasing, someone would die? Go hide behind the coverage, Chen Zhao said. The poachers have caught up. A few blurry shadows were approaching in the darkness. Just then, Cain fired into the night sky. Hey, don't get any closer. Cain yelled. At the gunshot, the poachers flattened themselves on the ground immediately. If two groups of hunters met at night, they would often fire a gun as a warning if they weren't sure of the dangers, warning the others to not get close. Usually, if they didn't have any negative intentions, they would also put distance between each other. But the poachers clearly didn't have good intentions. Boss, what do we do? Milford Leon licked his lips. What are you scared of? They have fewer people and our weapons are much better than a few hunters. Hey! Milford called out. Our hound got lost. We're looking for it. Did you guys see it? No, there's no dog here. Stay away from us. There were only around 20 meters between them and they all hid behind the coverage. Milford gestured at his men. Spread out. There was a lot of coverage, so it meant that the side with more people had another advantage. We suspect you killed our hound. Milford continued to call out. We want to check your baggage. I hope you'll cooperate. Fuck you assholes. Laurent yelled. Whoever wants to die can come and check. My hunting rifle is waiting to meet you. We have a dozen guys. Are you sure you won't cooperate with us? Then you better go find a dozen graves, Laurent said. Chen Zhao looked down and said to Fei Lai and Four, when there's a conflict later, don't do anything. Just let us take care of it. Chen, we can help too, Fei Lai said. Trust us. We can take care of it. Fei Lai, Four, listen to Chen, Laurent said as well. We'll take care of you too. Chen Zhao and Laurent messed with each other usually, but they were on the same side in protecting Fei Lai and Four. What should we do now? Chen Zhao asked. Don't worry, Kane said. We'll hide behind the coverage. Whoever shoots first has the disadvantage. Plus, we don't have a lot of ammo and we have hunting rifles, Howard said. We can't shoot impulsively. But I think they're coming over from the side, Chen Zhao said. Huh? Why didn't you say that earlier? Whatever. You all take care of the front. I'll take care of the side. With that, Chen Zhao crouched down and disappeared into the darkness. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt that it wasn't just the poachers. There was a third party. Huh? Vanity. Her team was here too. At the moment, Vanity and her team were in the darkness. Leader, should we help? Let's see first, Vanity said. She wanted to help, but now wasn't the time. She wanted to appear suddenly when Chen Zhao's group was feeling hopeless. That way, she could make Chen Zhao owe her again. And then she'd be able to ask Chen Zhao for help without shame. Leader, is that Chinese guy really that important? Vanity's current team was all new. They didn't know about Vanity's experiences, let alone know Chen Zhao. She paused for a moment. You've experienced dangerous relics, right? I went to the one in the quaint trench, a new guy said. He was new in Vanity's team, but he wasn't new to the exploration world. With his background, he was actually very experienced. The quaint trench was one of the most dangerous relic clusters. Anyone who could come out of it alive was a senior figure. If they went to another team, they would be one of the core members. Vanity looked at her new member. Last time, I entered a relic with my original team. There was a very dangerous mutant species there, not only one but a whole group. We had horrible casualties. Our modified weapons had limited effects on the mutants. The new member fell silent. He'd run into mutants before too. When facing mutants, a human relied the most on firearms. If their firearms lost effect, then it would be a massacre. And he used a cold weapon and killed a dozen of them with brute force and helped the rest of us out of the relic. Everyone gasped. Most of them had encountered mutants before. They knew how terrifying it was, but someone had used a cold weapon to massacre a dozen mutants. Then why don't you invite him to our team? If he's here, our team's power will increase greatly. These explorers weren't arrogant. After all, they searched for exhilaration in life-or-death environments. They naturally placed importance on skills. It's not time yet, Vanity said, eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the darkness. Ah, 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 ah. Bang, 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 bang. Pained cries sounded continuously, as if someone was in immense pain. Vanity and her team were all frightened. They didn't know what had happened. Save me, "Aw, boss, save me." The one screaming was a poacher, but because he was in the dark, no one knew what had happened. They could only listen to the poacher's tragic cries in the dark. Thud. Just then, a corpse fell into the group of poachers. "Motherfuckers, get out or else you'll end up like him." Milford looked down. This was his man, but he was in pieces now as if torn apart by something. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Milford Leon's face darkened. It must be that bear. Spread out, direct attack. While Milford was a poacher, he was also a veteran. He knew how to deploy his men in various situations. Their advantages were their number and weaponry. The other party had only a few people and had hunting guns. Hunting weapons were not too strong and had slow reload speeds. Therefore, as long as they spread out and moved forward together, their enemies would not be able to deal with them. Their enemies had a beast hidden in darkness, but so long as they kept their distances, they could protect each other. If that beast dared to show up, they could kill it directly. Bang! Kane fired his gun and accurately shot a poacher. These people were poachers, after all, not soldiers. That single shot was enough to make them panic and lie back on the ground. Suddenly, however, Abitos who had been hiding on a tree rushed down and bit a poacher's neck in silence. Then, he quietly dragged the poacher up the tree. The poacher was still alive and struggling with his limbs, but his neck was broken. He was not far from death. Then, Chen Zhao made some noise on the left side of the poaching team. Alerted by the noise, all the poachers pointed their guns at the place where Chen Zhao was hiding. Black Ma and White Ma immediately charged in from the back and dragged two poachers into the bushes. "Aw! Aw!" Milford's expression changed slightly. From various signs, it was obvious that the other party had more than just one beast, probably even more than two. Moreover, the beasts were alarmingly smart. They knew how to divert attention and make a surprise attack. Suddenly, something fell from the trees. The poachers took a glance. It was another badly mutilated corpse. Damn, something's hiding on the tree too. What animal can climb a tree and also drag a human up there? Everyone was creeped out. The place was scary. They felt as if they had entered the hunting ground in a monster movie. It was like an alien movie where the aliens would strike in darkness. Gather, gather. Milford did not dare to be careless anymore. If they kept spreading out, they would definitely be eaten by the hidden monsters one after another. They had to gather while they still had the upper hand. Just then, a white figure flashed past. Ah! Another person was dragged into the darkness. Bam, bam, bam. The albino cougar had actually also been hiding around here, looking for a chance to counterattack the poachers. The albino cougar was obviously larger than an ordinary cougar. It could easily defeat an adult human. Chen Zhao noticed that the poachers were gathering together, which would make a situation more difficult. After all, even Princess would get hurt should she charge up rashly and be focused on. Chen Zhao scanned around him and saw a huge rock. It seemed at least a few 100 kilograms heavy. Chen Zhao grabbed the rock and threw it into the air. Careful! Startled by the falling rock, the poacher's formation was destroyed at once. Even though the rock did not hit anyone, it did throw the poachers into confusion. Chen Zhao found another rock in the darkness and threw it hard at them. The poachers could not do anything other than run for their lives. Stop! Don't panic. At the moment, Milford was the only one who was still rational. But it was useless. Everyone else was in chaos. Another rock fell right beside Milford. Now, even he had to lower his head and dodge. Finally, Princess, Abitos, Black Ma, White Ma, and the White Cougar stormed into the crowd and began a massacre. There were gunshots, but they were short-lived. The poachers' screams of misery were more obvious. What the fuck? Vanity and her teammates were dumbfounded. They had night vision devices, so they knew what had happened on the battlefield. They saw how the beasts had managed to kill the poachers. It was like a horror movie. The poaching team originally had a proper formation, but for some reason, they kept getting assaulted and harassed. In the end, the team was flung into a mess. When their only advantage vanished, all that remained was a slaughter. Vanity once again experienced for herself how scary Qinzhao was. Not just Qinzhao. His pets were as terrifying too. Having been to Qinzhao's house, Vanity had seen his pets. However, back then, his pets were intelligent but safe. Now, she knew that it was only because of Qinzhao's constraint. When Qinzhao released them, they would become true night killers. Let's go. They won't need us. If he discovers us, there might be a misunderstanding, Vanity said. Captain, I think he knows we're here, an explorer said. What? We're a few dozen meters apart. How could he know? He's looking in our direction. Vanity's face paled and she could feel her hair stand on end. Fortunately, they had no evil intention, for otherwise they might have become Qinzhao's targets too. As for whether they could fight Qinzhao, Vanity did not dare to keep thinking. Their equipment was about the same as the poaching team, but they did not have as many armed members. Since Qinzhao could easily defeat the poaching team, how difficult could it be to deal with them? Of course, they had night vision devices, but Vanity did not have the courage to go against Qinzhao. She still remembered what he had done back then. It was really unwise to battle him. Let's go, Vanity said again. They had to leave now. Compared to Vanity who had escaped, Laurent, Kane, Howard, and Kareem were much more upset. They were ready to have a bloody battle to protect the two girls. In the end, they did nothing. Kane at least shot a poacher. The rest did not even move their guns. Qinzhao and his pets alone killed all the poachers. Chen, can we come out now? Yes, Qinzhao answered in the darkness, leaving the cover. The group walked to the corpse-filled battlefield, while Qinzhao checked his pets. Princess was shot a few times, but her skin and fat layer were too thick. She was mostly fine. Abitos was the cleverest one. He was not hit at all. Black Ma and White Ma were hit once and twice respectively, but their injuries weren't too bad either. Ha! Phalai suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Everyone gathered around Phalai's side. They also saw the albino puma laying in the grass that was pulled apart. Is it dead? Yeah. It's dead. Phalai ignored the casual talk from Kane and the others. She looked at Qinzhao. You don't have to say anything. I know what you're going to say, Qinzhao cut Phalai off. I knew you're the best. Can you two not be like this? There are so many people here. For couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qinzhao picked up the albino puma. What kind of taste do you all like? What taste? Phalai stopped Qinzhao immediately. What do you want to do to it? Don't you want to eat it? When did I say that I want to eat it? You can still say it now. What flavor do you want? I want you to save it. Look how pitiful it is. You haven't seen how cruel it is when it kills people. It's better to kill beasts who kill humans. Princess and the others killed too. That's not the same. They're our family. Are you gonna save it or not? The puma's injuries weren't too bad. It had lost a lot of blood, but nothing critical was injured. Even though it was the same size as the silly twins, it was much weaker. This was understandable though. After all, it was only an ordinary beast. When they'd come to the mountain, they'd considered all sorts of things. They brought a lot of medical equipment, especially since Chen Zhao, the doctor, was here. After wrapping up the injuries, the puma quickly woke up. Chen Zhao pressed the puma onto the ground while warning, "Don't move around." The puma shrunk back. Samuel, standing on Chen Zhao's shoulder, was small, but its aura was enough to make any creature stop in the distance. "Human, no, master, let it become my subordinate. I'll be impressed if it doesn't eat you." "It won't dare." "No, it killed people. I don't want to adopt a wild beast that has killed people before." Just then, Fei Lai walked over. "Chen, can we keep it?" "Sure." "Samuel." Everyone else came over too. "Chen, you're really going to keep it?" "It's too dangerous." "Yeah, it killed someone before." According to the standards of modern society, any animal that bit, killed, or ate a human would be killed by humans. This was because humans thought animals had habitual memory. Dogs that had bitten people would remember the feeling. A beast that had killed or eaten a human would also remember it. If an animal did it once, they would do it a second and third time. From a certain angle, this was true, but not entirely. Once, a child was attacked by a dog and then the dog was killed. But actually, the dog smelled something on the child. Later, they discovered that the child's arm had a mutated tumor. The dog didn't know how to take care of it. It just wanted to protect the child this way. Of course, dogs were known as the safest pets. Due to selection and professional training, domestic dogs were very loyal and protective of children. For example, Risvar's Laffer was a very excellent pet dog. Cats were actually close to humans after domestication too. Of course, cats had a natural killing habit. What was a killing habit? They would often kill rats, birds, and other small animals. It wasn't for food but merely to satisfy their desire to kill. This was similar to humans liking hunting, but humans would never say that they liked killing. In comparison, other animals rarely had this kind of habit. Other animals would only attack because they were frightened and sometimes for food. In reality, most animals didn't like the smell of humans. Chen Zhao looked at the albino puma and then at Fei Lai and Four with their expectant eyes. "We can keep it, but don't approach it for 3 days. I have to tame it." Everyone knew that Chen Zhao was great at taming animals, such as with Princess. You could say that Princess was the strongest beast on dry land, but usually, she acted like a sweet little girl. Occasionally, she would act cute and whine or sunbathe on the ground. But today, they saw how terrifying Princess was after Chen Zhao released her natural instincts. Of the many pets, she was the most terrifying because she ripped the poachers apart with her paws. Her thick fatty layer made it so a normal gun couldn't cause too much damage. As long as they didn't shoot continuously, Princess was practically undefeatable. Then there was Abitos. Laurent and the others felt differently about Abitos and Princess. If Princess was a wild warrior, then Abitos was a calculative killer. They remembered how Abitos had done a sneak attack on the poacher earlier. Like a ghost, he'd appeared out of nowhere and without warning. Then he dragged the man into the shadows and disappeared. "You three go take care of the bodies," Laurent said. "Dad, aren't we going to call the cops? It's too troublesome." Chen Zhao felt that this former senator wasn't very law-abiding either. Everyone was in bad shape tonight and had a few injuries, especially the albino puma. They set up camp on the spot and rested for the night. The next morning, everyone hurried down the mountain. When they reached home, they were just in time for lunch. But when Lauren, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Four saw the feast of a lunch at home, they were all stunned. Chen, who cooks in your house? Do you have servants? No, how come we've never seen them before? Then what's with this food? It's people in town. Usually, when Fei Lai and I are too busy, we'll have a restaurant prepare food and bring it here. He has your key. He knows where I hide my key, Chen Zhao said. Aren't you afraid of them stealing things? There's nothing valuable here. They can't move the most valuable thing anyway. Dad, let's hurry and eat. Everyone's tired, Fei Lai urged. She didn't want everyone to get caught up on this either. Oh, what should we name the puma? Before he finished, a car pulled up outside. West stood outside the door. Chen Zhao looked at him and furrowed his brows. Walking to the door, he stared at West. What do you want? Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. President, don't you think you should visit the HQ? Did you deceive me into becoming the president so that you can lure me to the HQ and then kill me? President, can we be serious please? Fine, but come in first. I just returned from the mountain. Let me rest for a bit. West entered the living room and saw the group around the dining table. When Chen Zhao returned to the table, Fei Lai asked, Is that your friend? Ask him to come and eat with us. He's not hungry. Fei Lai widened her eyes. Aren't all Chinese people hospitable? That's clearly false. Where did you hear that from? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao did not want to entertain West, but Fei Lai would not allow it. She took some roast meat and poured a glass of purple brew for West. Sir, please help yourself. Thank you. Ah. It smells so good. Fei Lai realized that West was not really affected by the purple brew. He must have little love experience, Fei Lai guessed. West was also a spiritualist. Although he was not a combatant, he possessed magical power. The purple brew would only cause normal people to cry. The stronger one's magical power was, the weaker this effect would be. Nevertheless, the purple brew was not completely useless to spiritualists. As West drank some purple brew, he immediately felt energized and filled with magical power. His magical power even increased slightly. It was not a lot, but it was obvious. West gasped. Had Chen Zhao always been treating his guests with such luxuries? In comparison, the supernatural organization seemed much stingier. West saw many pets of various sizes entering and leaving the dining room. He was surprised but not horrified. He knew that Chen Zhao owned many pets. After all, he had investigated Chen Zhao in advance. Nonetheless, when he saw the white cougar, he was somewhat taken aback. West placed a finger on his forehead and started thinking. Fei Lai, I'm going out in the afternoon. Sure. With Mr. West? Yup. Okay. Don't be back too late. Chen Zhao boarded West's car and they sped off. Drive slower. Actually, with his current fitness, Chen Zhao might not even die in a 300 km/h car crash. However, he did not enjoy the feeling of speeding. West said confidently, President, I have an exceptional memory. How is that related to driving? I remember every turn and intersection. West paused and then asked, President, did you kill someone today or last night? Is it that obvious? How did you know? I know not only you've killed people, but also who they are. Oh. That white cougar has a bounty in the black market. $5 million. That much? Chen Zhao exclaimed. Should I sell it? That's as much as what I own in total. In his 7 or 8 months in the country, Chen Zhao had earned around a few million. A group of poachers has recently come to LA. Their leader is called Milford Leon, who's also an experienced criminal. So, they're here to catch the white cougar. Now, the white cougar is in your house. Also, your pets and the cougar are all injured, which means you've had a conflict very recently. Chen Zhao looked at West in surprise. You could make that link. Have you always been acting stupid in front of me? President, like what I've told you, I'm adept at spells that improve my thinking. When I cast quick thinking, I can, well, think quickly. Why didn't you think of the consequences before you harassed the former president's secretary? I was serious about her, West answered in a serious voice. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. West was shameless enough to describe workplace harassment as love. President, can you sell that wine to our organization? Oh. How many bottles? 100, West said. Isn't the organization broke? We can still afford cheap stuff. All right then. $150 million. Thank you for your patronage. Screech. The car came to an abrupt stop. President, is that extortion? Extortion. You didn't even know how much my wine costs. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. How much can your wine cost? Have you heard of the purple brew? Of course, wait. That's the purple brew. Yup. The market price is 1.5 million per bottle, so 150 million for 100 bottles. I think that's correct. You mean, I drank 500,000 just now? West looked as if his family had just died. He couldn't think about it without feeling hurt. It was 500,000. He had of course heard about the famous purple brew. Everyone on the streets had been spreading various rumors about it. He would never have guessed that the wine he had drunk was actually the renowned purple brew. The purple brew had almost become a legend. The masses longed for a closer look, while the rich longed for a tiny sip. President. Don't even think about it. I've already condescended to become your president. Do you want me to spend both effort and money? Chen Zhao rejected West without hesitation. He had not even received a single penny from the job. Why would he make any contributions? Was he stupid? Chen Zhao began to ignore West. The car drove into the slums. The more prosperous a city was, the more likely it was to have slums. The world-renowned city Los Angeles also had world-renowned slums. Did you arrange a last supper for me? President, can you please think like a normal person? But you're at least the prestigious Supernatural Organization of America. Why would your HQ be here? It seems more likely that you've arranged a few gangsters who'll shoot me after I alight. Even the government can go bankrupt. The organization sometimes has a very tight budget. President, please understand. Chen Zhao sighed. How tight is the budget? Actually, sometimes I really envy China. Why? Is the organization in China very powerful? Chen Zhao felt proud. No, but at least you can pick up trash and sell it for money there. Stop, I'm leaving. I don't want to be your president anymore. What did that mean? Is the organization so broke that they have to pick up and sell trash? Then what am I as the president? Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. West settled Chen Zhao with much difficulty. For this, he even activated quick thinking and used all his persuasion tactics. After he made a bunch of unreliable promises, Chen Zhao finally managed to accept. The car parked before an abandoned 2-story brick house. There was a puddle of black water before the door. Chen Zhao got out of the car. When he'd first come to America, he'd lived in similar places. But looking at this kind of building now, it hurt his eyes. It's really here. Yes. West looked away. There was a metal ladder on the side. They climbed up to the second floor. The second floor was a single room divided by man-made fiberboards. The interior design was even simpler. No. More accurately, it wasn't even furnished. Alright, at least it was clean. That was probably the only good part. West brought Chen Zhao to the largest partition, the conference room. Even though it was crude, it had everything necessary. There was a long office table, a dozen chairs, and an old-fashioned projector. There were 10 people in the room. Other than Belia, Burr, Moore, Morid, and Jolanash, there were 5 more people. But the 10 didn't look very spirited. They were either chatting amongst themselves or playing on their phones. West coughed, but everyone ignored him. Quiet, West called again. Everyone, look at my eyes. Chen Zhao suddenly pointed at his forehead. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. The next moment, they felt extreme heat. Their surroundings started burning and collapsing. The sky turned blood red. Ah! What happened? Where is this? Where are we? Belia ran forward in fright, but then the ground before her collapsed. It was scalding lava under it. The terrible heat wave hit her. If she took another step, she would fall down. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Hallucination. This is a hallucination. This was a hallucination, of course. It was the hell no. It was quite effective against people with lower magic abilities than Chen Zhao. Even though it won't cause any actual damage, the scary effect was very good. It was easy to accidentally hurt someone though. West grabbed Chen Zhao's hands tightly. President, if it's a hallucination, please undo it for me. I can't stand this feeling. I can't undo it. I haven't learned how to do it yet, Chen Zhao said. Okay, the first meeting as president starts now. Chen Zhao held on to the table. It was still too hard to cast Hell Null on so many people at once. But if he wanted to act cool, he had to finish no matter what. If you want to stay in that environment forever, you can let me know. I'll arrange an eternal package for you. Chen Zhao knocked on the table. Quiet down. Do you really want the eternal package? The 10 in the room finally quieted down. Even though they knew this was a spell, they would still be afraid of the end of the world, no matter how composed they were. Those 5 don't need to introduce themselves. The other 5, introduce yourselves. President, I'm Wooster, the treasurer, a middle-aged bald man stood up and said. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm in charge of the warehouse and repairs. Padalu. Arms expert, Jolik. Strategy logistics, Elite. Security guard, Aduz. Also, I'm the only regular person here. President, can you undo the spell for me? I think I need to change a pair of pants. No, sit down. Chen Zhao made a downward gesture. He had to spend more magic to undo the spell. He was very tired now, so he had to wait until his magic recovered to undo the spell. Since he wanted to intimidate them, he would make it more memorable. The 10 members of the Supernatural Club were almost going crazy. Since when did someone just cast a spell like this? And it was such a great spell that made them think it was real. Wooster, report to me how much money is left. $23,000. So you still have $23,000? Why don't you rent a better office? President, we haven't gotten paid this month yet. Chen Zhao was speechless. When do we get more funding? President, if we don't take care of the evil spirits in Mapleville, we'll never get the funds. What department is in charge of our funds? Go send some evil spirits to their head and let them feel the significance of our existence. The anti-terrorist department. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, Chen Zhao said. Let's talk about the evil spirits in Mapleville. Someone tell me the results of the previous attempts. Failed, 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 and failed. Then, do you have any data for the specific number and abilities of the evil spirits? No. What do you mean the no? Didn't you attack them many times? Yes, West said. But other than destroying some on the fringe, we didn't have any other results. There are still many evil spirits inside. Every time we try to venture in, we suffer from even more intense attacks. Now, make an action plan immediately, Chen Zhao said. Ha! Ha what? If you don't want to do it, then whatever. I'm being the president for nothing too. Then. President, what about you? I'll cooperate with you, Chen Zhao said. Don't think I'll do everything by myself. I'm the president, after all. Also, Worcester, give me the financial records. I want to check them. Ha! What? Chen Zhao looked at Worcester. Worcester lowered his eyes. Oh. Okay, dismissed. Chen Zhao slapped the table. Also, look at my eyes. Who? Everyone's hell knell was finally undone. They all sprawled on the table, covered in sweat. President, I'm old, Burr complained. I can't go through that again. I'm mentally traumatized. Amongst them all, only Jolanash was still composed. The others had very fragile hearts. The hell knell wasn't all-powerful. Usually, people with a stronger mind or knew about supernatural things wouldn't put up a scene like them. Okay, Chen Zhao would have to see about this president situation. If he really couldn't do it anymore, he could run off like the previous presidents. This was the worst group of supernatural people that Chen Zhao had ever met. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Jolanash, Worcester called out to her. Wait, I have something to say. Jolanash stopped and looked at him. What? Jolanash, you don't like that Asian either, right? Worcester asked. She studied Worcester. You want me to mess with him? No way. Go if you want, but I'm not going to commit suicide. Jolanash was proud, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go up against Chen Zhao just because of Worcester's provocation. Anyone in their right mind would be able to see that Chen Zhao was very strong. He's a wizard. You're a witch. What are you scared of? Don't you know that there'll always be one or two special people? Jolanash asked indifferently. Worcester clenched his teeth, eyes flickering. He'd already gotten pissed earlier when Chen Zhao said he'd take over finances. Chen Zhao had just come and was already going to check the budget. Wasn't this forcing him to a dead end? Menace flashed in Worcester's eyes. The supernatural organization was a mess, but as the accountant, there was a lot of money to be made. The others didn't understand finances, so he could just mess around and easily make one mission cost a few $100,000. In actuality, it was only a few thousand. The rest went into his own pocket. After these few years, he'd already become quite wealthy. Even though this year's funds still weren't given, the government wouldn't disband the organization. They would still have to give them funds. By then, a large amount would go into his own pocket again. This president who'd just arrived actually wanted to cut off his source of income. Worcester obviously couldn't bear this. Fine, Jolanash wasn't willing to help, but that was okay. In the end, she was only a regular witch. If she was able to do well outside, she wouldn't have joined this group. The truly powerful witches viewed the supernatural organization with disdain. Wooster picked up his phone and called a number. "Hi, is this Witch Rupert?" "Yes, it's me. I have a job, $100,000. Will you take it?" "Sure." "What job?" "Kill someone. I'll do it if you multiply by 10. Then, how about you just disable him? Or make sure he'll never appear before me. Send me the target's info first." Soon, Rupert got the info and she scanned it. She almost threw her new phone onto the ground. "Fuck, are you messing with me?" "What?" "Go die." "Fuck you, fuck." Rupert hung up. Wooster was confused. What happened? Hadn't they made a deal? How come she turned on him so quickly? Whatever. He'd find a professional. "Hi, I want to hire a witch assassin." "What country are you in?" "Which city?" "America, L.A. "Okay, there's a very powerful witch assassin in L.A. right now, but she's quite expensive. It'll be at least $1 million. That expensive?" "Of course. Or, how about you wait a while and we'll send a cheaper one?" "Whatever, this'll do. Then I'll give you her contact info." Wooster received a text. It was only a phone number. "Hi, are you a witch assassin?" "Yes, I am. I need you to kill someone. I'm quite expensive." "I know. $1 million. "No, it's not just 1 million. That's the base. My price will change according to your target. Your target is a wizard. I need his info. I'll send it now." 10 seconds later, the other started cursing him out. "Fuck, you want me to die? I won't do it even if you give me $1 billion. With that, they hung up. Wooster's expression changed. What was going on? Was that Asian really so scary? L.A. Witches knew him. Even witch assassins knew him. The two had the same tone too. It was as if the new president was as scary as a demon. But how come Wooster had never heard of him before? No, if this was the case, then he had to get rid of the man. If he really was so scary, then Wooster would be dead meat if he found out that he'd messed with the finances. What should he do? Local witches didn't work. The witch assassin didn't work either. The assassin also said that they wouldn't do it even if he paid $1 billion. He couldn't afford that either. It seemed that he couldn't use an outsider. It was even more impossible to get rid of the Asian with the failures in the organization. They didn't dare either. Suddenly, Wooster thought of an idea. Didn't that Asian want to clear out the evil spirits in Mapleville? He could use this chance to make the man die in there. Wooster had personally taken part in the missions, so he knew how scary the evil spirits there were. Wooster believed that the evil spirit group of Mapleville could definitely kill this new president. "Hey, Chen, it's Rupert." "Oh, how come you're calling me today?" "Someone just called me to give me a job. Wanted me to kill you." "Oh. Don't you think that I helped you by telling you?" "So, does this count as you owing me?" "Who's the guy that wanted to kill me?" "I don't know. I didn't see him. It was just a call." "You don't even know who it is." "How do I know if you're telling the truth?" "You doubt me." "Of course. Then I don't care about you. Go die." Rupert hung up angrily. As soon as Chen Zhao ended that call, he received West's call. "President, we've already made the action plan. When will you have time to discuss it?" "I don't have time now. Send the plan to me and I'll study it." West was annoyed. It felt like he was the only one working hard in the entire organization. No one else cared, from the president to the members. No one took this job seriously. But since Chen Zhao finally became the president, he had to be steadied first. West could guide him slowly in the future. He believed that, under his guidance, Chen Zhao would definitely become a responsible president. And under his leadership, the supernatural organization would strengthen. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chen, did you finish taming Snow White? Snow White? You named it Snow White. Chen Zhao turned to look at the albino puma. What, is it not pretty? No, it's a great name. It wasn't his name. Whoever wanted to be called Snow White could use that name. But if they have kids in the future, he definitely wouldn't let Feilai name them. No way. Otherwise, their kids would hate them for life. Snow White, come here. Snow White had a blank expression. Who? Samuel, tell it that its name is Snow White. Meow, meow. Snow White walked over slowly and tried to lick Chen Zhao. Its tongue was covered in bristles. Most cats had this kind of coating on their tongues. It wouldn't hurt Chen Zhao, but he was afraid it would hurt Feilai. Feilai, don't let it lick you. Otherwise, it'll scratch your skin. Hugging Snow White's neck, she looked at its eyes. It looks like an albino breed. What do you mean? Albinism and albinos are different, Feilai said. Albino was a recessive inherited disease. The body lacked tyrosinase, while that was the main ingredient for synthesizing melanin. The patient's main characteristic was expressed in skin, hair, and irises. On the other hand, albinism was also an inherited disease and its genes were very common. Around 1 in 70 people had the genes while the ratio for expression was 1 to 17,000. You could usually distinguish between the two from the eyes. Snow White was an albino. Its eyes were red. Because its irises lacked melanin, the color was very light. Albinos were very afraid of sunlight and couldn't be under it for long periods because their bodies lacked the protection of melanin. The sunlight could damage their bodies and eyes. Snow White and Princess seemed to match well. Unfortunately, they were different species and of the same sex. It's so soft. Feilai was petting Snow White. It didn't actually feel that great. It was just because it was new. When Princess had just arrived, she'd also been spoiled. But the feeling faded as time passed. But because they were so familiar, like with people, they became more casual with each other. They wouldn't hug Princess and say things like, "You're so nice," or "You're the best." Princess was like their family. Now, Feilai was curious about Snow White. After they became familiar, it would probably be like with Princess. Feilai played with Snow White while Chen Zhao sat outside, studying the plan that West had sent. The plan was very simple. They would take advantage of Jolig's magic bombs. It could cause large-scale destruction in an instant. Even spirits wouldn't be able to avoid danger. In addition, there was a magic flamethrower. The fuel contained magical phosphor and was also effective against spirits. But someone had to enter Mapleville first and lure the evil spirits out into the trap. The person who went to lure them would clearly be in danger. Chen Zhao wasn't afraid, but he wasn't willing to go. He was the president. Why did he have to do this stuff? If he accepted this mission directly, he would be a pure idiot. Of course, the plan overall was quite reliable. Oh, is Laura not here today? He went to drink with an old friend. Without a doubt, he'd gone to find a sand. Old thing, again. Laurent and the sand were at a small pier, completely drunk. They were surrounded by cans. No one knew how much they'd drunk. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon and the beautiful flaming clouds could fill people with fantasies. "Oh, if only those other guys were still alive," Asand said, sighing. "Asand, do you know about Pamela?" "Pamela. After she quit, I only know that she got married a decade ago and then we lost contact." "So, do you know that she died?" "Died? How is that possible? She's even younger than you." "She got some disease," Laurent mumbled. Asand sat in his wheelchair and didn't speak for a long time. "Would you believe me if I said I saw Pamela's spirit a few days ago?" "Cut the crap." "It's true," Laurent said. "I went to where she lived before she died. Technically, she contacted me first. Don't ask why a ghost called me." "Where did she live?" "I think it's called Mapleville, but that place is kind of scary." "Fuck, I don't believe in ghosts." "How about we go now?" Laurent asked. "We might be able to see her." "I'll go if you dare to go." "Then let's go. It doesn't seem far from here." Laurent pushed Asand's wheelchair toward Mapleville. When they reached there, Laurent gulped. The cold wind along the way had woken up his senses. "It's here. Do you dare go in?" "Fuck, I haven't lived in a lot of places these years, but I did live in these abandoned slum places. There's nothing to be afraid of." Asand's voice was very loud. He wasn't shrinking back at all. "There really are ghosts inside." "Old thing, it's only been a few years and you're such a scaredy cat now. If you're scared, then fuck off. I'll go in by myself. I'm going to find Pamela, if I can really meet her." "Who's afraid?" "Not me." Laurent had actually met Pamela before, so he was a little afraid. But he had to go, no matter how afraid he was. Otherwise, Asand would never let him forget it. Anyway, it was Pamela. She wouldn't hurt them. By now, the sky had started darkening. The neighborhood didn't feel comfortable at all. "How come we're still not at Pamela's house?" "What, you're scared?" "If you're scared, then I'll push you out." "Who's afraid?" Asand yelled loudly. "You think I'm like you?" "It's the one up front," Laurent said, pointing at the White House in the distance. When they got there, Laurent went up and knocked on the door. "Pamela, are you here?" "Asand and I are here to see you." The house was dark and Laurent felt shivers when looking in. "Laurent, push me in. It's cold outside." Chapter 6:14, Intimidated Instantly. Chapter 6:14, Intimidated Instantly. The instant they entered, the door slammed shut. "Laurent, why did you close it so hard? You scared me." "No. I didn't close it." Asand could feel that Laurent's hands were shaking. "Not you." "Not me." Tick, tock. Asand and Laurent could both hear the tick of a clock. A shadow appeared in the darkness. "Ah, ah. GG ghost." Asand yelled. Laurent stiffened and froze as he looked at the figure that walked out of the darkness. It was none other than Pamela. "Push me away, push me away." "Fuck. Why did you two old bastards come here?" Pamela's tone was like she was disappointed. She really was pissed at these two old guys. She really is a ghost. Laurent could feel clearly that his hair stood up when Pamela walked closer. It was an instinctive reaction. "Why did you come here?" To see you." "Why didn't you come during the day? Don't you know how dangerous it is?" "Ha. Stop joking. Laurent, you and Pamela planned this to fool me, right?" It was as if it suddenly dawned on Asand and he wasn't afraid at all anymore. Before, he'd often pulled these pranks, but this time, he really did get scared. Asan smiled and rolled his wheelchair toward Pamela. Pamela, you don't seem to have changed a lot. Look how old us two are now. He reached out to hold Pamela's arm. But he missed. Pamela was still standing there, but he couldn't grab her hand or touch her body. Asan's expression froze and he turned his neck stiffly. Lauren, I think she really is a ghost. Lauren's smile was stiff too. I told you. Fuck, I thought you were joking. You said you weren't afraid. You two shouldn't have come, Pamela said. It's very dangerous. What's dangerous? You won't hurt us, Lauren said. Didn't I come last time? Last time, it was because of that candle. It's the candlelight of the rested. As long as it's lit, the evil spirits outside won't be able to see you. Then. Light another one. There's none left, Pamela said. When the clock rings 8, the evil spirits will come out. Pamela pointed at the clock hanging on the wall. There were only 2 minutes before 8 p.m. We'll go now. Too late. Pamela shook her head. Go hide in the basement and don't come out before 1. Ha! Go in the basement. Lauren was terrified by the basement. Oh, don't touch the skeleton. Asan shuddered. There's a skeleton in the basement. Shut up and hurry. Lauren hurriedly pushed Asan toward the basement. But he was in the wheelchair now and Lauren couldn't pick him up. He could only nudge the wheelchair down step by step. Be careful. I don't want to die here. Shut up. Don't distract me. Suddenly, the wooden step under Lauren's foot cracked. Ah! Asan was thrown forward. He fell out of the wheelchair and landed heavily on the ground. Asan clenched his hand and seemed to touch something. Bone. A bone. He pulled his hand back quickly. Lauren, I think I touched that skeleton. Didn't Pamela say we can't touch the skeleton? What will happen? How would I know? Did you die yet? It was too dark in the basement, so he couldn't see clearly. Just then, something lit up in the basement. Red light. 2 spots of red light appeared before them. It came from inside the skeleton's eye sockets. Clack, clack, clack. Crisp clacks came from inside. Clack, clack. I woke up again, the skeleton said. How long have I slept for? He looked at his arms. It seems that I died while I was sleeping. You 2 bastards really did wake him up. Right then, Pamela appeared at the basement door. Should I explain? Lauren looked helplessly at Pamela. Pamela, you died too. The skeleton looked at her. You killed me. Me? I didn't kill you, the skeleton said. When you died, your body released the plague curse. It killed me and more than 100 others. Oh, is that so? The skeleton murmured. Don't go anywhere and just accompany me, please, Pamela said. Where's our daughter? The skeleton suddenly asked. Lauren and Asan exchanged glances. This thing was Pamela's husband? Dead. Died in your hands too. No, don't lie. I may only be a pile of bones, but I can sense that she's still alive. She still exists. So what? Do you still want to appear before her, looking like this? You want to stop me? The skeleton looked at Pamela. Pamela spat softly and sprayed icy air on the skeleton. It suddenly realized that its lower half was frozen. You actually found out how to transform into a witch. I didn't think that it would be possible. No, I didn't become a true witch. The skeleton fidgeted but couldn't move its lower half. You think this can stop me? When dawn comes, your power will weaken, but I won't. This will be all in vain. Pamela's expression was heavy. She glanced at Laurent and Asand, who were shrunk in the corner. Laurent, call your in-law here. What? Call him over. I don't feel like pranking him. Laurent was suddenly terrified. It's not a prank. We need his help. How can he help? He can't do anything. No, he can help. Only he can. I don't know what you mean. He could take you out last time. He can take you out this time too. Huh? I don't know what kind of person he is, Pamela said. But he can help. Chapter 6:15, So Dumb. Chapter 6:15, So Dumb. Are you sure? Laurent was still doubtful. Every day at this time is when it's the most dangerous out there, but he could walk to my house safely. Do you think it's possible he's normal? So, if he comes, we'll be saved. I don't know, Pamela said. What exactly is he? Laurent asked. The skeleton cackled. Do you want immortality? I can give you immortality. Help me shatter the ice over my lower half. Immortality. But not even you're immortal. Asand and Laurent were drunk, but they weren't stupid. The skeleton wasn't even alive right now. How could it help others gain immortality? I wouldn't die if it wasn't for Pamela, the skeleton said. She starved me to death. Don't listen to him, Pamela said. He turned himself into a monster to find immortality. He experimented on humans, ate human flesh, drank human blood, and cast spells on himself to try and change his genes. As his wife, I couldn't stand his inhuman actions, so I imprisoned him here with a spell and had him die naturally. But I didn't expect that he still wouldn't die completely, even like this. I've said that I'm already immortal. No one can kill me. The skeleton tapped the ice around the lower half of his body. A melted hole appeared, but it wasn't very big. If he wanted to undo the ice entirely, he had to tap a few hundred times. Pamela, seal him in ice again. It looks like he can be freed really quickly. Do you think I can use spells so casually? That's Banshee's breath. I have to rest a few days to recover. Laurent looked around and found a rusty bat. Can I break him apart? He wasn't afraid now. Or rather, he felt excited from the fear. In a way, he was similar to Phalai. They were both afraid and curious of the unknown. His body contains a horrible curse. Every bit carries a fatal aura. Back when his body was rotting, the curse released caused the plague in this town. Are you sure you want to break him apart? Then. Is there no solution at all? Yes. Find some strong witches to seal him entirely or destroy his soul. Can't you do that? I can't even stop him right now. Suddenly, the skeleton spat out some acidic liquid onto the ice. The ice melted even faster. Laurent and Asand immediately smelled the foul scent. No. Go out. But Pamela's warning was too late. Laurent and Asand felt their heads getting heavy and they couldn't keep their balance anymore. Laurent took out his phone and dialed with difficulty. But before he could say anything, the phone already fell onto the ground. Then he lost consciousness too. By now, most of the hard ice had melted. The skeleton applied pressure and a huge chunk of ice disappeared. A few more times later, the skeleton was completely freed. Seems like you still can't stop me. The skeleton sauntered out of the basement. Jerry, you've already committed a huge sin and now you're dead. What more do you want? Pamela followed the skeleton. She couldn't stop him now. Of course, the skeleton couldn't do anything to her either. Since I've already attained immortality, then let me pursue life again. I'm filled with so many ideas right now. I'm filled with vigor again and I have unlimited time to come back to life. No one can stop me this time. Jerry walked out of the house and discovered many evil spirits. They also discovered Jerry and came rushing over at him. So much food. Clack, clack. Jerry's upper and lower jaws smacked against each other crisply. I'm hungry. He opened his mouth and swallowed an evil spirit. It wasn't enough. He sucked in another one, and another. After 8 or 9 evil spirits were sucked in, they finally realized that this skeleton was terrifying and turned to run. This is a great place. Jerry was very spirited. He could feel that his magic power was replenished again. You pieces of trash, from now on, you must call me Skeleton King. Come to me and submit. Anyone who refuses will become my food. The surrounding evil spirits all looked at Jerry timidly. They could feel fear too. Jerry was much, much stronger and eviler than them. Pamela followed Jerry the entire time. Jerry, is it bad to stay here? Why do you have to do those evil things? You think I'm evil? I once thought that I could create a new era. If you didn't stop me, I might have succeeded already. Create a new era. With those cruel and evil human experiences of yours. Just then, a bright light appeared outside the neighborhood, along with the faint sound of brakes. A while later, a figure walked in. A living person. A living person has come. Pamela saw the newcomer. It really was Chin Zhao. I'm here to find Lauren. Asan should be here too, right? Am I bothering you? Chen Zhao looked at Jerry and Pamela. I declare that you have the honor to become my first experiment. Me? Chen Zhao pointed at himself and then at Jerry. Your experiment. Kid, run, Pamela said. You can't beat him. Isn't that just a skeleton thing? Chen Zhao pointed at Jerry. I've seen a bunch of those. I have a lot at home. Skeleton thing. Jerry cackled and he waved his arms. Fluorescent green specks started floating around. I'm the Skeleton King, Jerry. Kneel before your king. Snort. Skeleton King. What a dumb name. Pamela's expression turned serious. Don't touch the plague curse near him. Curse. Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony was already open. He sucked in deeply. After the mouth of gluttony swallowed the curse nearby, Chen Zhao shuddered. The feeling that came from the mouth of gluttony was great. It tasted amazing. Swallowing all the curses will only make you die faster, but this is okay. I'm missing an infected body. You can act as my infected body. Go on. Go spread the plague in the city. Chapter 6:16, Pre-Battle Meeting. Chapter 6:16, Pre-Battle Meeting. Miss Pamela, Chen Zhao said. Has he read some 80s or 90s horror novel? His brain isn't normal. He's never been normal, Pamela complained surprisingly. Kid, I'm gonna tear you apart. Furious, Jerry lunged at Chen Zhao directly. Chen Zhao's right arm swelled and bit down on Jerry's left side. Chen Zhao had an eerie smile on his face. Your body tastes pretty good. Me? Tastes good. Crack. The mouth of gluttony already bit off half of Jerry's skeleton. He lost balance and fell to the ground. His bones were about to come loose. Why aren't you affected by the plague curse? Sorry, can you release some more? Chen Zhao stood before Jerry with a gentle smile. I didn't have enough. It's rare for me to eat such a delicious curse. Pamela was stunned. Was he eating the curses and Jerry like food? What kind of person was he? Whatever, it seems like it can't wait any longer. Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony opened again, clamping down at Jerry. The surrounding evil spirits had all cleared out. They obviously didn't dare to appear before Chen Zhao anymore. Jerry was already scary enough to them. He ate the evil spirits as if they were food. But this man was even scarier. He ate Jerry as if he was food. This was the man who truly stood at the top of the food chain. Pamela, excuse me. Where are Laurent and Asand? Inside. They were cursed with the plague and are in danger now. Oh. Take me to them. When Chen Zhao entered the basement, he saw Laurent and Asand on the ground. Their faces were green. Chen Zhao used the mouth of gluttony to inhale at them. The green vapor floated out of the two. The mouth of gluttony sucked it all clean. Thank you, Pamela said. No problem. Oh, can you tell me what exactly happened? Pamela recounted everything from the start. Jerry, my husband, is a toxicologist. He was an idiot who wanted to strive for immortality. When I discovered his evil ways, I used magic to imprison him here and he starved to death. But the plague he released when he was about to die killed me and the hundreds of people in the neighborhood. I remained to guard him in case he woke up one day and continued his evil ways. It's solved, so I should go now. Okay. Oh, Laurent actually isn't bad. I refuse to accept that. Goodbye, Pamela. Achoo. I forgot again. Such a glutton. Should we attack? Maybe we can kill him. Maybe he already spent up his mana while fighting that skeleton and he's hiding in the room to rest now. Let's break in and kill him. I'll count to 3 and we'll break in. 3, 2, 1. The door suddenly opened. Chen Zhao walked out with Laurent and Asand in each hand. His nose itched. The mouth of glutton itched even more. Achoo! Boom! Pamela's yard and the house across the street were flattened instantly. A dozen evil spirits were ripped apart too. I feel much better after that sneeze. Chen Zhao's mouth of glutton had gone back to normal. He touched his nose. It was more comfortable too. Chen Zhao didn't encounter more evil spirits along the way. No one dared to come forward. Ah. Laurent woke up with a start and saw that he was in his own bed. I'm back. He touched his body. It was all normal. He rushed downstairs and saw Chen Zhao sunbathing outside. Chen, you brought me back. The police called me. Honestly, you two are so old and one is confined to a wheelchair. Can't you two calm down? Running to the sea to drink. Were you tired of living and wanted to get buried in the sea? You mean, Asand and I got drunk by the sea last night? No shit. You can't remember. My brain is in a mess right now. Chen Zhao glanced at him. You two weren't quiet drunks. You kept screaming about seeing Pamela. Laurent's head was muddled and his thoughts grew disorganized. He didn't know what was true and not. Want some? To sober up. Laurent took the medicine and sipped it. His mind indeed cleared up a bit. But there were still many confusions that he couldn't resolve. Right then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hi, West. What's wrong? President, we're planning the strategy right now. Would you like to come over? Fine. Chen Zhao glanced at Laurent. I have to go out. When he arrived at the supernatural organization's headquarters again, everyone arrived at the meeting room instantly. This time, no one dared to be relaxed before him. Okay, who'll explain how we'll attack the evil spirits of Mapleville? Angelit stood up now. As the support and strategist person, he was the main planner this time. President, after researching and discussing, we realized that the evil spirit group is very powerful and large. With the numbers we have, we obviously can't win if we go straight up against them. My plan is to set up a trap first. We'll lure the evil spirits out and then deactivate the trap. What about the specific procedures? Jolig is the main guy. He'll create magic bombs and flamethrowers. If they can meet our requirements, then this plan should be quite successful. Jolig, do you have any problems? Chen Zhao asked. Neither the bombs or flamethrowers are hard in theory or production. I just need enough resources. No problem, Wooster said. I'll provide Jolig with enough resources. Then that's that, Chen Zhao said. President, there's a problem, West said. What? Who'll be the bait? Everyone lowered their heads. No one was willing to be the bait. Anyone in their right mind knew how dangerous being the bait was. No volunteers. Then I'll call someone out. Chen Zhao glanced at them all. President, look at my old limbs. I can't run quickly even if I want to, Burr said. He needed a cane in everyday life. President, everyone started giving all sorts of excuses. Chapter 617, This is Mapleville. Chapter 617, This is Mapleville. None of you are willing. Chen Zhao looked at everyone. President, you should think for me. Me too. Me too. I'm only a child. Everyone had great excuses and no one wanted to go. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. Looking at them all, he said, since none of you want to go, then all of you will go. Ha! All of us. One person might not be able to lure out all the evil spirits. If you 5 go, then you'll be able to lure out more. We'll die in there. Burr wailed. Be braver. Look at Moore. He's a kid but he's not afraid at all. Look how calm he is. Chen Zhao pointed at 15-year-old Moore. President, I peed my pants. Moore lowered his red face, not daring to look at Chen Zhao. President, won't this be too hard on them? West looked at Chen Zhao. Then how about you go too? I support your decision fully. Chen Zhao looked at Jolig. When can you get the stuff prepared? As long as there's enough material, I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Then we'll go tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Won't it be too much of a hurry? What hurry? It's just one place and you haven't had a result after many tries. How much longer do you want to drag it out for? Chen Zhao glared at them and left, cursing out loud. Everyone in the meeting room exchanged glances. No one spoke. Mr. West, Wooster said, upset. That president only knows how to talk. He never said what he would do. I think we should protest against him. Protest? How can we protest? You want to fight him. If you can beat him, then you can be the president. I can't do it by myself, but we can't let him rule over us and use his power like this. Wooster, how come you keep trying to get us to fight against the president these days? Jolanash looked at him coldly. What are you trying to do? What could I be trying to do? He's an outsider. What right does he have to order us around? If you're upset with him, you can go talk to him yourself. There's no need to keep provoking us. Okay, shut up. West hit the table. It's not the time for you to have internal conflicts. We're going to have an official mission tomorrow. This isn't just a scuffle on the fringe and leaving after killing some evil spirits. This time, we'll go deep into Mapleville. I need protective gear. Burr cried. I won't go without it. I need it too. Me too. Jollig, prepare 5 protective suits for them. Mr. West, if I have to prepare the protective gear and the weapons, I won't have time. I can stay to help, Wooster said. The next afternoon, Chen Zhao came to the meeting room again. Are you all ready? So what if we're not ready? Wooster muttered. It's not like you'll let us run away. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Right, did you prepare the financial records I want? They're ready. I'll bring them tomorrow, Wooster said. Inside, he thought, but you probably won't have the chance to see it anymore. Okay, Chen Zhao called. Let's go and get it over with. President, the rest of us don't have to go, right? Other than Aduz, everyone else has to go. Aduz was a regular person and only earned the salary of a regular security guard, so Chen Zhao allowed him to stay at the headquarters. Everyone else were spiritualists and supernatural people. No one earned the salary of a regular person, so now that they were needed, no one was allowed to shrink back. Technically, Burr, Moore, Morid, Jalanash, and Balia were fighters while West, Wooster, Padalu, Jollig, and Elite were support staff, but they actually had something they were best at. This supernatural organization was tiny, but they still divided it up in such detail. What a joke. So, Chen Zhao wanted all of them to participate in combat. It was like a mercenary group. Everyone had their specialties, but everyone had to pick up their guns in a fight. They were unwilling, but under Chen Zhao's pressure, they could only give in. President, this is the protective gear I prepared for you. Put it on. It has great magical defensive abilities and protects against the attacks from evil spirits too. West tried to kiss up to Chen Zhao. No need. Chen Zhao didn't like this type of gear. It stuck to his body and he couldn't move around comfortably. But it's dangerous. It's just a few evil spirits. What's so dangerous? It's not just a few evil spirits. Mr. West, since the president doesn't want it, why insist upon it? Wooster said pointedly. Chen Zhao glanced at him. This Wooster had been sarcastic the first day he got here. He was also the finance guy. Chen Zhao bet his name that he had some corruption problems. Everyone got into the organization's bus. It was probably the most expensive piece of property that the organization had. Chen Zhao got in and the bus started off soon. It smelled like mold and the seats all had a layer of dust. As the bus drove off, everyone's heart was pounding. They all knew how terrifying the evil spirit group in Mapleville was. Even more, they knew how dangerous this mission was. West got up from the back and took out a bottle of water from the box in the front. This is recovery potion. It can replenish a portion of your magic. Everyone take 1 bottle to use when needed. What, they even have recovery potion? How come it's like going to play some hidden level? President, this is yours. You're strong, so I prepared 2 for you. No need. Chen Zhao shook his head. The bus drove for half an hour and stopped outside Mapleville. Ha! Here. Chen Zhao was surprised. This was Mapleville. Wasn't this the place that he'd come twice in the past few days? Pamela's home was here. He'd thought it was some super scary place, but it was just this slum town. West went over to pull on Chen Zhao. President, we're here. Oh, coming. As soon as he got out of the bus, Wooster bumped into Chen Zhao. Something in his hand splashed onto Chen Zhao. What are you doing? He flicked at the liquid on him. It was odorless, but it felt sticky. Sorry, President, Wooster quickly apologized. I didn't see you get out. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.